Hey out there, you may have noticed that we haven't dropped an episode in a little while. We're not gone, we just took a little pause. It was partly burnout, partly our lives getting really complicated, and partly some technical errors right at the end when I was ready to put out episodes again that faltered us, but that should all be taken care of now. So episodes are going to start to come out very soon. I'm editing them as we speak. But as you wait for those new episodes to drop, which they will soon, I'm going to release the first of a limited series from Ovpod. Some of our episodes share a theme that spans over many episodes. And I think the best example of this, and the first omnibus that I'm going to put out, for people that want to binge Ovpod in a sitting, is our QAnon episodes presented by Richard. I'm honestly constantly impressed by how vigilantly Richard keeps track of QAnon and people in those similar spheres. He's in some secret anti-vaxxer group spying on them right now. He's like a supervillain, except he works on our side. And I think his QAnon episodes honestly capture the movement pretty well. Not only the ridiculous conspiracy theory that we've all heard of, the subterranean mole people, blah blah blah, but the sad stories within. The people being separated from their families by falling into this conspiracy and becoming more and more radical over time. People starting to do risky behaviors because of QAnon. People committing crimes because of QAnon. Oh, and spare no worry that these omnibuses will replace new episodes or stuff like that. These might only be released once a year, if that, maybe once every couple years when I feel I have enough content to make an omnibus. And we have enough similar content to make an omnibus. It's just for people that like a different listening style, that like to binge like 4 hours of content. You know, those hardcore history listeners, all that stuff. But without further ado, QAnon Omnibus. Enjoy.
Warning, this podcast contains violence, sexuality, gore, and other horrible and disturbing things. Listener discretion is advised. Also, the hosts of this venture are ignorant dipshits, so please do not take anything they say as fact. And enjoy the show.
Now, are you sitting comfortably? Good. Then we'll begin.
Today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be.
It is our basic human right to be forgotten.
A second plane now has crashed into the other tower of the World Trade Center.
Putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
The defendant shall be incarcerated for the rest of her natural life with no possibility of parole.
You are not machines. You are not cattle. You are men.
We were somewhere around Barstow, on the edge of the desert, when the drugs began to take hold.
Hello, occultists. I am Sexy Richard Bigley, and in our sexy studio today, we have Sexy
Sainsbury
and Sexy
Leon Filger
and Sexy
Ood Gallifrey.
And our special sexy guests, we have
Bambi
and Sexy
Valhalla.
Time to go back to a simpler time, a time of distant memory, where we listen to stories of ancient lore. 2016. The Cubs won the World Series. Pope Francis signed a declaration with Kirill between the Catholic and Russian Orthodox churches. This hasn't happened since 1054, I believe. The European Space Agency, along with Roscosmos, launches a gas orbiter to Mars. Oh, and Trump got elected. But this isn't about any of this, or even 2016 in general.
What I'm about to play you is a little audio collage of a bunch of QAnon podcasts, YouTube videos, and just QAnoners giving their opinions on social media. This is a taste of what these people are about.
This is so funny. So, Pope Francis is sick one day after supporting coronavirus sufferers. Man, I think this whole coronavirus thing is going to be a lot like the, swine flu, bird flu, all these other pandemics. I think the deep state is in a death blossom and they're freaking out. They don't know what to do. So they're just releasing bioweapons and this and doing all that. Like what happened in Wuhan is horrible. What they're doing to those people is horrible. I'm not saying that there's not deaths happening. There's not real bad shit happening. I'm just saying it's not as presented. There's some fuckery happening. I don't know if what they're doing over there is just genocide. Like they got 5G. They could be doing something with 5G and making people sick. I saw people were welding themselves in their apartments. I mean, a year ago, Hong Kong was protesting, and now everybody's dying. There's a lot of people that are saying that this is paybacks for the protests. But I'm not worried about no coronavirus. It's got like a death rate of 0.2% or 2% or something like that. I don't think you guys should be either. Remember, that's what they want. The deep, dark, deep state, Satanist motherfuckers. What they want from you is fear. They want fear. It's like they call it loosh. Believe it or not, that's what it's called. It's loosh. That negative energy, fear, pain. There's entities or people that feed off of that. So, like God said, try not to be fearful. It's not a good thing.
Because a lot of people that are anti-Q tend to be the people that think that, you know, that Trump is the Antichrist and that he's part of the NWO, like, you know, big deception plan. And while I do see that, you know, some of the valid concerns with that stuff, the NWO has to destroy God. Otherwise, socialism doesn't work, right? I mean, because socialism, you're everything comes from the state. That's why they've been attacking God for so long, which is another thing that, you know, Dave, that's why I think he's really open to like talking QAnon to me and you especially, because like this is completely driven by God. And Q even posted like God's driving the train. Like this is,
I wanted to get to that too. That is the common
like,
denominator is God and Jesus Christ of this entire movement. And we're not worshiping Q. We're not worshiping Trump.
No, he's an intel
like
source.
that.
Yeah, he's an intel source. I mean, that's it. He's not a prophet. It could be a group of people, could be a woman. Who knows? Who cares?
The information is what matters, and that's it. That's it. There's no face to this movement either. It's just the truth. Is this information real or is it not?
Intelligence agencies. I said 2 months ago that Anthony Weiner in New York, you know, Uma Abedin's husband, the former congressman that was working for Hillary, I said that he's under investigation for child porn. Okay, and then now it came out yesterday that they're looking at indicting him for child porn. Well, I had that from the NYPD.
That came out yesterday?
Yes.
Wow. What did he do? He had something on his computer?
Well, now they won't tell us, but I was told that tied into that whole Pizzagate thing, which, again, the media misrepresented what we said and did. It came out in all those WikiLeaks, all these weird codes, okay?
Like there was a bunch of weird codes about pizza and about a piece of pizza.
President Obama wants $5,000 in hot dogs delivered. And they're like, are these really good hot dogs? The hot dogs weren't as good last time. Well, these are succulent hot dogs. Okay, so that's not about kids. That's
How
code word
retarded do you have to be?
Well, what is that about?
It's male prostitutes. I mean, that's what the code means.
Really?
Yeah, okay, yes.
How do they get male prostitutes to keep their fucking mouth shut?
Well, because, you know, bad things happen if you don't.
But that's a big
We have
one.
Barney Frank, who got caught running a underage male prostitute ring in the 90s out of his 3-story townhouse.
See, I thought it was just a male prostitute thing. I didn't know they were underage.
Somewhere underage. And then, but listen,
because I was with him all up to age 19 plus or whatever.
Sure, but then what happened is he goes on C-SPAN on the House floor and says, if you continue to investigate this, I'm going to expose half of you that are involved in this room, and the investigation got shut down. So the reason this is important is for shadow government, you need something so bad that everybody who's involved in it ever comes out will be destroyed, so that binds them all to the secrecy.
So that's where child pornography comes in, and that's where pedophilia comes in?
That's where you get so many of the elite being into it.
In October of 2017, a person showed up on 4chan, and they introduced himself as a Q clearance patriot. Now, backstory on Q clearance. It is a very high-level security clearance. It's issued by the Department of Energy. Q has never claimed to work for the Department of Energy. They just introduce themselves as a Q clearance patriot. So this person has been posting on 4chan. They posted there for about a month or two, And because there were a lot of trolls and a lot of problems, they eventually ended up moving over to 8chan. The board administrators set up a specific board just for Q to post on 8chan. So Q has posted on several different boards over the length of time. Some of the people who follow Q would consider themselves to be conspiracy theorists. I do not consider myself to be a conspiracy theorist. I consider myself to be a Q researcher.
I've learned more since October 28th, 2017 than I did in the previous 50 years. And there's one reason for it, and one reason for it only. And that was the day someone that called themselves, or a group of individuals, probably close to the president, probably with military savvy, probably a very small group, elected to post on the whistleblower boards under the code Q. Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet. It is gematria, which is a language I've never even heard of, but is used a lot for people with power, we'll say. These posts, we've had over 3,500 posts by this group of what I believe to be military intel close to the president, who created a backdoor, sort of digital, grassroots way of educating patriots by just simply asking them questions. Q is about getting to the truth. By educating people about the truth, about what's really going on. And with regard to this day, the way I like to phrase that is, always tell the truth, because you will impress most people and astonish the rest.
During the pandemic, the QAnon movement appears to be gaining a lot of followers. Can you talk about what you think about that and what you have to say to people who are following this movement right now?
Well, I don't know much about the movement other than I understand they like me very much, which I appreciate. But I don't know much about the movement. I have heard that it is gaining in popularity, and from what I've heard, these are people that when they watch the streets of Portland, when they watch what happened in New York City in just the last 6 or 7 months, but this was starting even 4 years ago when I came here, almost 4 years, can you believe it? These are people that don't like seeing what's going on in places like Portland and places like Chicago and New York and other cities and states.
Well, at the crux of the theory is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals. Does that sound like something you are behind?
Well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to put myself out there. And we are, actually. We're saving the world from a radical left philosophy that will destroy this country. And when this country is gone, the rest of the world would follow.
QAnon? Yeah. Yeah. Trust the plan. Yeah. What is it? What is it? What is the plan? What is the plan? It's to save the world from the evils that are out there. There's child trafficking and using them as sacrifices. That's part of what Q is working. That's why it's so important that we close the border to end that. And a lot of people don't realize, in addition to all the money that the Clinton Foundation raised for Haiti that somehow disappeared, there was also lots and lots of children that have gone missing. These children have up and gone missing. A lot of people are being arrested. There's been a lot of arrests going on, like Jeffrey Epstein, who is a friend of the Clintons. He has that whole...
He's also a friend of Donald Trump's.
Donald Trump knows lots and lots of people, but the reason that he knows a lot of the secrets that they have, and that's why he's such a threat to them.
Young children have a greater release of adrenaline when exposed to stressful or fear-inducing stimuli than any other age group. When adrenaline is released in the brain, one of the main chemicals creating the adrenaline response comes from the adrenal gland, which emits a chemical called adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is also known as a psychoactive drug, leading many to theorize that users harvest their adrenochrome from living sources. Some theories even suggest that those who harvest adrenochrome use children exposed to extreme fear, making the chemicals and effects more potent. Many go as far as to claim adrenochrome is used by the elitists of the world as their drug of choice, harvested from afraid and young children at its most potent. Though these claims seem far-fetched, the wretched and dark reality of adrenochrome use isn't completely out of the realm of possibility. Don't be afraid to share any insights on this idea. The possibility is too significant to ignore.
Please remember where you were and the circumstances. The very first time you ever asked, who or what is Q? And here's why.
He focused on the camera. Don't look at the road.
Q is you, and Q is me. Q is logic. Q is a plan to save the world. Q is not a secret, but Q is secretive. Carefully crafted secret education that anyone can have access to. Q, one day, will be in every history book. Q is the best thing that has ever happened to you. So remember this moment. Permanently.
I mean, you can just go back and look at this last year and look at the headlines and be like, what? And they pulled so many stunts like Vegas and I mean so many like shootings and shit that's been going on that we know how much behind the scenes that stuff false flags are. So he's still like getting the job done. So
hey, he don't give a fuck. The Teflon Don got there and it's all right. He got up with Mad Dog, the general, and said, we're taking him out. And like I thought, I said, okay, what would I do if I was Trump? When he took office, I said, okay, if he's really trying to do shit, he's going to have a secret battle plan. And that battle plan is not going to be how to defeat the Democrats, how to defeat the Republicans next primary or anything like that. His battle plan's got to be, we got to take out the New World Order. We have to take out the fucking, the cabal, we'll call it. We got to take out the cabal. You want to call it the Illuminati, the New World Order, the Bilderbergers, the Trilateral Commission, whatever you want to call it, we got to chop that tree down. That's a big problem, and it's not going away. And what do they use? They use Hollywood, and they use the media. What did he go after first? Hollywood and the media. Next, oh, what do you guys do? Oh, the Bushes, y'all been bringing in drugs? We're going to go ahead and shut that shit down.
But we know how it sounds. If 2016 me met 2020 me, he'd think I'd lost my fucking mind. A cult of satanic pedophiles running the world sounds insane. But that's how they got away with it. Enter Q+.
Comet Ping Pong is a pizzeria in Washington, D.C. on Connecticut Avenue.
I've danced under that name. Comet Ping Pong.
Comet Ping? I thought you were Miss Connecticut, weren't you?
Well, that as well.
That too? Okay.
Yes. I have danced under many names.
So ping pong tables exist in the back room. You can listen to some live music. It was founded in 2006, run-of-the-mill pizza place. That was until the 2016 election. Now, this isn't a dig at Trump. I'll save that for another episode. But on October 30th, 2016, a Twitter account pretending to be a New York lawyer claimed that the NYPD had discovered a pedophilia ring linked to members of the Democratic Party while searching through the Anthony Weiner emails. Now, this belief was fueled in part by WikiLeaks, who was publishing John Podesta's emails at that same time.
Who's John Podesta?
Radio Demon, can you look that up?
Who is John Podesta?
I'm on it.
I don't know.
That's a good idea.
Does he walk a lot of places?
Like a pedestrian?
Maybe he believed in sadism? I don't know.
Sadism?
Sadism.
Is it
Sadism.
I thought it was Posadis.
I think you can say whatever. I think
Okay.
Posadis.
Okay.
John David Podesta Jr., an American political consultant who served as the White House Chief of Staff to Bill Clinton from 1998 to 01 and counselor to President Barack Obama.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, there you go. So you see, conspiracy-minded folks read these emails, and they saw these emails, and they felt they contained code words for pedophilia and human trafficking.
Just to add some context to what Richard is saying about these emails, here is one of these emails, and I'll give you what QAnon people think these words are. So in this context, they think that hot dog means boy, pizza means girl, cheese means little girl, pasta means little boy, ice cream means male prostitute, walnut means person of color, map means semen, and sauce means orgy. I'm gonna read this email, keep those QAnon conspiracy code words in mind, and try and see this through the eyes of, like, one of these conspiracy theorists. From John Podesta to HMS Sandler Foundation. Miss you, Herb. Happy holidays, and see you in 2016. On Thursday, December 24th, Sandler, Herbert, wrote, Mary and John, I think you should give notice when changing strategies which have been long in place. I immediately realized something was different by the shape of the box, and I contemplated who would be sending me something in the square-shaped box. Lo and behold, instead of pasta and wonderful sauces, it was lovely. A tempting assortment of cheeses. Yummy. I was awaiting the return of my children and grandchildren from their holiday travels so that we can demolish them. Thank you so much. I hope you and your gang are well. P.S. Do you think I'll do better playing dominoes on cheese than pasta? From Fred Burton to Don Kuykendall. Subject. Get ready for the Chicago Hot Dog Friday. I think Obama spent about $65,000 of the taxpayers' money flying in pizzas and hot dogs from Chicago for a private party at the White House.
So, I mean, like, if you really want to turn anything into an innuendo, like this podcast is proof of it. For example, Ood has a big lava lamp.
I do. No, I don't.
Sometimes he smokes joints all day and admires it. You know, it's you can turn anything you want into an innuendo or mean whatever you want it to mean.
As someone who lives with Ood full time, I can confirm the smoking joints all day.
Right on.
Not me. I don't do drugs.
Never.
Never.
So, according to these people, child trafficking along with satanic ritual abuse happened at Comet Ping Pong. This would eventually be known as Pizzagate. But this episode isn't about Comet Ping Pong or Trump or Pizzagate. Those can all be episodes on their own. So what is this episode about? Well, Pizzagate just didn't fucking die. The nonsense didn't end. It evolved. So, now, this is going to be jumping sort of all over the place here, so try to keep up. 4chan is an anonymous image board. Basically, you post whatever you want, and you don't have to be bothered with things like signing up for an account to post. Basically, it shows up on page 1, and as people post more things, your post gets pushed further back on the pages until page 10, when it disappears into the ether forever. But if somebody responds to your post, then boom, it goes back up onto page 1 again. And so it's sort of like a Darwinian message board where topics live on the first couple of pages, and then as they get older, people become less interested, people quit posting to them, then they just kind of eventually fall off, and that's the end of the post. The idea is that important and engaging conversations are, front and center on the page.
Yeah, so that, like, from what I understand, like, 4chan is very quote-unquote pro free speech, like, to a fault, where they'll allow nearly anything on their platform, and they have very little regulation, so it very much appeals to extremists, because they're allowed to share their ideologies without fear of, and also the anonymity adds into that.
It's pretty trash.
Well, and that's the thing, is like the board, I mean, it was always sort of shitty, but like it really started getting shitty. Like I used to be a user of 4chan until I was probably like 23, and then I kind of grew the fuck up, You get a job, you get a girlfriend, you get a house, you live on with the rest of your life, and you don't have time to just shit post and argue with stupid Nazis. So, you know how it is.
There's no question anymore. 4chan and 8chan are hotbeds for white nationalist terror. The look of it resembles the internet of more than a decade ago. And even if you're used to seeing offensive content pop up on Twitter or Facebook, it's not even close to what's being posted and allowed up on 4chan and 8chan. 4chan came first, and it allowed users to anonymously post whatever. And that whatever quickly became pretty much anything offensive you can think of. Go to the political board and you'll find racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, misogyny. It's all there. But some things were too much even for 4chan. And so a new company formed a news site, and 8chan was born that promised even less moderation. They call themselves the darkest reaches of the internet, and they're not wrong. And for years, people on those sites said that the racism that they posted was basically just a game, where the winner is whoever posts the most offensive thing possible. Sure, there's racism, they say, but it's ironic racism, all part of what they call posting. Well, it's not a game. Here's why they're wrong. If shock value is the currency of a certain strain of the internet, then think of 4chan and 8chan kind of like a central bank. They print the worst kind of hate and violence imaginable, which then gets filtered throughout the wider internet.
So anyway, eventually 4chan became a bigger and bigger cesspool full of nuts and conspiracy theorists, right-wingers, white supremacists, Nazis, etc. And October 28, 2017, a user posts, Hillary Clinton will be arrested between 7:45 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday morning on October 30th, 2017.
Dun, dun,
Wait a minute. Did I miss a news report?
Exactly.
You must
well,
have.
that's kind of the thing is you put something out there and you just sort of see, because if it does happen, people are going to remember that you posted about it and then be like, holy shit, like what kind of insider guy is posting on 4chan?
It was October 30th, 2016, wasn't it? It was just before the election?
No, this was sort
after?
of the birth of Q, which happened after Trump was elected. So there was a reply. So does someone want to read it, or
Me.
should I try to read it in sort of like a I don't know, spy novel-y kind of voice or something?
HRC, Hillary Rodham Clinton, extradition today in motion, effective yesterday with several countries in case of cross-border run. Passport approved to be flagged effective 10:30 at 12:01 a.m. Expect massive riots, organized in defense, and others fleeing the U.S. to occur. U.S. Marines will conduct the operation while National Guard activated. Proof check. Locate a National Guard member and ask if activated for duty. 10:30 across most major cities.
We just watched the Office episode about a murder in Savannah, so I think that's maybe where that came from.
That was the best Q voice. You're doing all the Q posts from here on out on this episode and any future episodes, okay?
Deal.
And you've got to do that in that. Fuck, that was awesome. It was way better than what I thought I could even come up with. I love it. Beautiful. You know, this is the thing, is that, it seems like a random run-of-the-mill shit post on 4chan, just normal noise that you'd find out. Typical 4chan stuff. Hillary wasn't arrested. There was no mass riots. There was nothing. But eventually this poster would become known as Q. They would continue to post cryptic messages on the thread. The thread was titled Calm Before the Storm, which was a reference to a thing Trump had said at a military dinner on October 5th, earlier that month, where basically Trump says, maybe it's the calm before the storm. And the reporter's like, what storm, Mr. President? And then Trump says, you'll find out.
You guys know what this represents?
Tell us, sir.
I don't know, maybe it's the calm before the storm.
What's the storm?
Could be the calm before the storm. We have the world's great military people in this room, I will tell you that. And we're going to have a great evening. Thank you all for coming.
What storm, Mr. President?
You'll find out.
Give us a hint of your
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Where he just irresponsibly was like, I'm just going to be ominous as fuck on live television. Yes, I lead America, by the way.
Well, yeah. At the time, the press kind of spun themselves into a tizzy. Like, what does this mean? Is there going to be military action? Is there a political storm coming? Or was he just fucking around, making a joke that just didn't land well. And I mean, I think it was really just a joke that didn't land because I'm, kind of an awkward guy myself. I make those kind of jokes too.
Yeah, you gotta have like Barack charisma to make those jokes land, though.
Mm-hmm. But 4chan knew what that meant. Q knew what that meant. It meant the arrest of Hillary Clinton. That didn't happen. So Q described themselves as a Q clearance patriot and spoke as though they were a high-ranking government official, an insider who was very close to Trump. Q clearance in the real world is a Department of Energy designation. So basically you have access to restricted data as defined in the Atomic Energy Act. So it's kind of like, why would a Department of Energy worker with top secret atomic information be posting on 4chan about an upcoming arrest on Hillary Clinton that didn't happen? Probably for the lulz. But whatever. He posted, it didn't happen, and then on November 1st, Q posts again.
Why do D's want to control the black pop? Why do they intentionally keep poor and in need? Why do D's project racism on a daily basis against R's? Why do black elected officials do the crazy talk on behalf of D's? How do D's cover the historical facts of forming the Confederacy, KKK, and oppose all things pro-black, re-legislation? What happens if D's lose the slave grip on the black pop? Why do D's, through funding of the CIA, prop up and install Hollywood and media assets? Does this fall within Operation Mockingbird? What were historical advantages D's gained by having MSM and famous people peddle a narrative? Who exposed the pedo network within H-Wood? You can't answer the above, but will laugh once disclosed details. The network which controls this false narrative, which in turn keeps the black pop under control, is being dismantled. False local and national black leaders will be exposed next as shills for the D party. Follow the money. Maxine W. has $4 million home and cash assets in excess of $6 million. How is that possible? One example. All of these questions help to paint the full picture.
So they're talking about like the often touted like conservative line of like the Democrats are the modern slave owners because they keep African Americans enslaved through social welfare programs. Like that's like stuff you hear like Candace Owens saying and stuff like that.
My dear sister Candace, I would argue that welfare again now was not socialist. It was an attempt to intervene given the failure of capitalism to provide jobs of a living wage for people. It was not socialistic at all.
It was absolutely socialist, and you know that. And you know that our community, after the first 100 years, doctor, come on.
That's not
the 100
socialist.
years after slavery, the black community was doing better. We were going up, up, up. Then suddenly they socialized our community via welfare policies, and the black community started going down, down, down. And you're sitting here supporting a candidate.
And then they're combining it, which sounds like that's more anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah, well, that's it. It's like this. They have like Operation Mockingbird, which is kind of like making fun of like the Mockingbird media because they notice that a lot of news articles about the same event seem to say the same things, as though they're reporting the same facts over and over and over again. And they call it the Mockingbird media because they think of it as like, they're all saying the same thing. They're all being fed the same line. It's like, well, no, they're just reporting
on the same thing.
On the same topic.
Did it mention MSM? Because now I'm immediately concerned about what your husband has been up to, Mr. Sage Murray.
I know. That's what I thought too, but I didn't want to interrupt my cool voice to make that point.
Understood. I picked it up, and I am also concerned about what Mr. Sage Murray has been up to.
Other things that were raised is a pedo network in Hollywood. Network of pedophiles. And so that's kind of where they start start developing these beliefs. And, in there is also arresting Hillary Clinton and that whole like Pizzagate thing. And basically Q posts are very much like the Nostradamus writings, where they're not like precise or exact predictions. They're just vague. And, if you push hard enough, you can force that square peg into a round hole on these predictions.
It's like horoscopes.
Yeah. If you want to apply it to something, you can make it fit if you really wanted to.
Yeah, like they'll say things like, well, those D's will have it coming. And like, then
Your D'll have it coming.
Oh boy.
Ooh, yeah.
But like, after the fact, like anything negative that happens to the Democrats, the Qers can be like, see, Q said so.
It's all coming together.
I just feel like Q, sorry for interrupting, is from Star Trek. Like he needs to be having
John
adventures.
Delancey?
Yes, he needs to be having adventures with, Jean-Luc and not being pulled into this rubbish.
That is not who I am. Au contraire. He's the person you wanted to be.
Does anyone know where you have to go to sign up for the D party? Because I do want to do that.
Is it like the lemon party? Don't Google that.
I hope it's at the top.
Or do?
I hope it's right at the head of the tallest tower in the city.
The D party.
I mean the roof, not the head. Anyways.
Yeah. So like another example was like Q had posted that, to prove this is all real, on this day, Q is going to say the word small in a speech. Well, that sounds like, wow, that's very specific. And that's very, well, it also happened to be on Small Business Day. So you would think that, the president talking about small business would probably say the word small. And so, but of course, this like fired them all up into the frenzy. This confirmed, that Q is legit and that Q knows what's going on.
Hey, but Richard, but didn't Q also say that like on December 25th, like Trump was going to say Mary at some point?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was just really uncanny.
Goes fucking deep.
We're saying Merry Christmas again.
Well, Q also posted like an aerial photo of some like islands while Trump was flying to Asia, which, clearly also meant that, Q was on board Air Force One with President Trump during this flight.
Clearly.
Yeah, so it's just like some blurry island, just like, when you're flying and you look out the window and there's some shit underneath you and there's some islands and whatever. Yeah, it was just some fucking islands. The photo was blurry, but that apparently proved he was close to Trump and on Air Force One.
Of course.
Yeah. So by December, it kind of broke out from 4chan, and it started to spawn on YouTube and Twitter and Reddit. And basically, the general belief is that there's a pedophile cabal, and Donald Trump is the savior from it, and is central at trying to take these guys down, and these guys are all part of the deep state, which, we've had that. And I get this is exciting, like it's like a spy novel or a thriller, like a bit of Tom Clancy or something else like that, and it's also cool because like you're in the driver's seat of this like crowdsourced narrative, some guy posts something and now you can take that and you can spin that story and spin that plot and roll with it kind of based around what's going on in the real world at the time. And I mean, it would be a good way to kill time online and stretch some creative muscle, but like, it just, it kind of blew up and people started taking this like seriously.
Are you holding a big red, white, and blue Q? Why do you have that?
It's a movement, man. It's the shift. I can feel it coming. Some call it the Great Awakening.
You're wearing a shirt that says Q, WWG, 1WGA. What does that mean?
It means where we go one, we go all.
QAnon is the people that believe in what Trump's trying to do to change our country.
Your shirt says the storm is here, QAnon. What does that mean to you?
Well, I've been following all the posts since October 28th.
On the internet, from QAnon.
Right, started on 4chan.
The person or people who say they're Q.
Right.
What do you think Q is, by the way?
It's an entity of 10 or less people that have
involved with the government?
High clearance, security clearance.
And how do you know that?
Well, I'm just telling you, this is what it appears to be.
What it appears to be. So you don't have any proof of that. That's what you're guessing it is.
And you don't have any proof there isn't.
We've all been gathering online and talking together as Americans and uniting. And
do you think it's maybe just it makes you comfortable talking with other frustrated, sometimes angry people?
Yes.
But maybe it's not true because there's no evidence of it. It's just stuff being talked about on the internet, right?
There hasn't been any non-evidence yet.
You guys are.
So you don't believe in the First Amendment?
Oh, I totally believe in the First
Amendment. Well, you don't. You just said the press is the enemy.
You guys are weaponized. You guys are totally weaponized by the CIA.
What is that?
You guys are weaponized
by the CIA.
by the CIA.
I don't know anybody in the CIA except a couple of people I've interviewed over the years.
Fair. Okay.
But weaponized, what does that even mean? Like, you say stuff that doesn't even mean anything.
The term
weaponized by the CIA.
Conspiracy theorist. The term.
Do you think I'm weaponized by the CIA?
Maybe not to your knowledge, and that's unfortunate.
You believe there is a deep state.
Yes.
And what do you think that deep state's doing? You think they're running this country?
I think they were, and they're petrified now. Right. Because they're losing their control.
But Donald Trump's the president. He's running the country, right?
Yeah, but he's having to fight against the deep
he
state.
said he could do it all himself. Everything would be so easy when he came into office. And you think he's fighting with the deep state a year and a half into his term?
I think he's been fighting since before he was elected.
And who is in this deep state? Who are the people in it?
Oh, I definitely believe that, like, the Clintons, the Bushes, the Obamas.
So you think the Clintons, the Bushes, and the Obamas are running this country as we stand here in the rain?
No, they're trying.
Is it possible you're believing bogus information, yes or no?
Is it possible that I'm believing bogus information?
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. Let's see, Q. Let's see.
It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect with like insecurity in the driver's seat. Like if you look at the way these Qers talk about like how they like observe and absorb media and criticize it, like they literally think they're like high-class connoisseurs of media that are able to pick apart the truth and the lies. Like, despite the fact that they do little to no research, they believe their skills are just in the stratosphere.
Well, it's like the whole Q thing is just like various book and movie plots, like all the way down to its core, which I'm going to like start diving into in a couple of different sections. But like people believe this. And I mean, this claim is baseless and lacks evidence, but like many of Q claimed, many of the things Q posts about have just outright false. And, like you can't even twist the wording or anything, but to these people, that's all part of the plan. That's what it is. So like, it was also interesting because like QAnon has managed to be like this amazing like catch-all for conspiracy people. So like, if you back in the old days, it was like, well, that's a 9/11 truther. That guy believes in reptoids. That guy believes in, whatever, Soros conspiracies or whatever you want. But like QAnon has managed to take all these people and all these different beliefs and like consolidate them into one profound
and glorious like catch-all
conspiracy theory,
it's like an all-inclusive like conspiracy theory union. It's weird.
So like flat earth and hollow earth and reptoids and extraterrestrial contact and JFK conspiracies, JFK Jr. conspiracies, the Men in Black, the Mothman, the murder of Seth Rich, any sort of white nationalist anti-Semitic conspiracies, they all have a chair at this QAnon table. And so like many conspiracies, cults, and religions, there's always this like attraction of a plan with the posts made from QAnon. Trust the plan often appears in Q's posts, and it's always like echoes any sort of other, Christianity. For example, like Christianity, where you like, trust in God's plan. Some shitty thing happens, well, it's all part of God's plan. And it's the same way with Q, where something doesn't happen. Hillary Clinton hasn't been taken down yet. Well, guess what? Just trust in the plan. The plan is in place. And it's also kind of interesting in the sense because also like Christianity, you don't really have to do anything either. Like Q doesn't say, I need all good American patriots to meet me at this place at this time, and we are going to take the cabal down forever. No, it doesn't. There's no call for action.
No, just shit posts on the internet.
It's just shit posting.
Yeah.
There's never any call for action, and that's part of it too. Hey?
It reminds me so much of like what psychics do every year. Like all the big name psychics that are out there do like my predictions for 2022. And they just say like 1,000 things. And if 4 of those things are right, guess what they're publishing on the end of the year list for what they got right? It's just a shotgun method. And it's confirmation bias.
Well, exactly. And you just got to trust the plan. You don't have to do anything about the plan. Just trust the plan. And, and that's the thing. And it doesn't actually involve, these people having to address, real child trafficking. They don't actually do anything. In fact, they even will disregard like real child trafficking in favor of this fucking conspiracy. Like real children locked in real cages being for real sexually assaulted by ICE agents, are they taking up arms again? No, they aren't. And like Q followers are like more worried about like fucking fictional mole children in underground caverns, bred into sexual servitude, than they are about like actual children who are actually being abused.
When you talk about all-encompassing, like when you say that brings back to the shit that Alex Jones is always like yelling about what's that fluid that's extracted from children?
I'm getting there.
My mom has a lot of theories on what happened to Jesse, and it seems like every time I talk to her, there's a new theory, there's someone else involved. My mom's theories are she thinks a cult kidnaps people every full moon to sacrifice them.
My investigation has revealed that this is all linked to a ritual. I believe somebody in a cult was drugging my daughter Jessie for a year before she went missing. I believe that she was killed June 20th, 2016, because it was a full moon and the summer solstice at the same time, and then the next day was Lilith. Lilith is a holiday that the occult does celebrate, and it requires a human sacrifice. I believe that Jessie was tortured for the drug adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is a chemical that our body produces when we are extremely fearful or have a lot of distress. It gives you strength, it gives you vitality. And the people that killed Jesse are harvesting that from other people. And when you drink it, it gives you euphoria and power.
Yeah, that brings me on to my next point. Perfect.
Child fluid?
Yeah, there's a fluid. Okay, so why would an elite cabal of Hollywood pedophiles be so interested in sexually abusing children?
Why indeed?
Adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome.
Now, this is interesting. Q does not ever mention adrenochrome in their post. This is something that has come out of the Q followers themselves. So adrenochrome is a chemical compound produced by the oxidation of adrenaline. Its main medical use is to slow blood loss by promoting clotting in open wounds. A number of movies and books talk about it as though it had some psychoactive effects, but in the reality, there really isn't much to substantiate it. Studies on it are questionable in terms of their methodology. However, like I said, Q loves their movies, QAnon followers love their books and their plots. So in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Hunter S. Thompson says, "There's only one source for this stuff, the adrenaline glands of a living human body. It's no good if you get it out of a corpse." And that is where they came up with this like lust for adrenochrome. And that's why they're doing this to these children, is to cause the children to release adrenaline and goes through their blood. And now they have to extract it from their blood. And
is this like the South Park with the Adventures Club? And he's like, you get all this stuff from every child and then you become immortal? Because that's what it's kind of sounding like.
I'm going to have to, they very well could have stolen some of it.
Is that the episode where they wrote Chef out?
Yes, the Adventures Club or whatever.
Oh, fuck, I gotta watch that. Maybe it's relevant.
This is so fucking stupid. Like,
yeah.
No, I'm convinced. I think this is legit.
Bambi's on board.
Bambi's on board, right on. So, it's interesting because, this is all like, they take the blood from the children via satanic ritual to get high off of this adrenochrome. And now, like I said, there's questionable evidence of any psychoactive effects, but one branch of QAnon has a theory that there was a huge amount of celebrities that came down with COVID-19 due to a tainted batch of adrenochrome. Now, our current evidence is that COVID-19 is a respiratory illness and not something bloodborne. So, I mean, it would just kind of be nonsense to get adrenochrome, or to get COVID-19 through like bloodborne adrenochrome.
Leave the Satanists alone.
Yeah, I don't know. This is
so mean to them.
The whole satanic ritual thing comes out of a book published, I think, in 1902. I can't remember the title. Can you look that up? It was
any more information?
No,
it's about Jewish.
It's about the Vril?
Rituals in like 1902. It's like one of the big documents of like. The elders of Zion. Yes, that one.
Precepts? Precepts of the
Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which was originally in Russian, apparently.
There we go. That and like I said, it's all books all the way down with these guys.
Yep.
And so that's where they get the idea of like satanic rituals on top of like general other anti-Semitism and, you know, fear of George Soros.
If I can add something, the wiki does specifically say it is a fabricated anti-Semitic text purported to describe a Jewish plan for global domination.
And I believe...
Does fabricated just mean it's fictional?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like it should go in the fiction section.
It would go in the fiction section, very much so.
Hey,
yes.
Richard, did you trim your beard?
Yes.
Looks really good.
Thank you.
Welcome to the episode, Leon. Welcome.
Yeah, so...
Have you?
Interesting facts, I guess, about adrenochrome is that it is an unscheduled substance, so it's not regulated. So you can buy 25 milligrams of adrenochrome for $70 online from the Santa Cruz Biotechnology Company.
Come on, but we all know adrenochrome is better fresh.
I guess
mean,
it's better fresh from a satanic blood ritual.
Like, what's the argument? Like,
I have no idea. If any of this made sense, it wouldn't be an episode. So basically, you can get adrenochrome. You don't actually have to sexually abuse children and harvest their blood in satanic ritual to get it. Like I said, it was the modern day blood libel myth. I guess also this kind of takes place in the 12th century when Christians would make wild claims about Jewish people killing Christian children and using their blood in rituals. Again, I believe the Torah actually prohibits human sacrifice. I'm sure somebody more familiar in Judaism would be able to confirm that with me. But yeah, basically given the roots of this myth, you can kind of see why there's also a home for anti-Semites in QAnon. And they go off about Jewish elites all the time.
Yeah, you're not allowed to sacrifice humans unless God specifically asks you.
Something
and
like
he might revoke that permission at the last possible moment.
I'm not sure what the Torah. I haven't read the Torah, but I believe they do ban sacrifice. I'm not sure what the terms and conditions and contingencies are on that, but like I said, I'm sure scholars in Judaism can probably fill us in on that if they're so inclined. Which leads me to the next section. The pills. In the 566th Q post, Q says,
Need a few red pills for family, friends, and others? Read the hashtag memo. Release coming. Final clearance underway. Make sure to learn Russian.
Yes. Now, the reference to red pills. What the fuck is a red pill? Now, in the totally awesome and kick-ass 1999 movie, The Matrix, which is like amazing. It's if you've never seen it, and I mean like it's 20 years old, so you may not have, but it's cool.
We should watch it tonight.
We should, yeah.
Yeah.
One character, Morpheus, is like an enlightened, aware character who offers Neo, a character who is questioning the reality around him, a choice. 2 pills. The blue pill, which would allow Neo to return to his reality as he's always known it. He would forget the glimpses of the real world that he's seen and return to his normal, boring, everyday life. Or he can take the red pill, which means an uncomfortable truth, but nevertheless reality.
You can see how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
So QAnon people, after they bite the Q line, become red-pilled. They see this as reality in which they are Neo suddenly becoming aware of a cabal of elite pedophiles, and it is their job to fight against them. And by fight against, it means post online about it, and perhaps at the expense of alienating themselves from friends, family, and their vocations.
Does Does it have like some like Venn diagram crossovers with like men going their own way and like incels and like misogynist groups online? Because like they use red pill in their language too for like they see the truth that like men are discriminated against in society.
Well,
and,
I'm sure there's some crossover between incels and QAnon. I don't think there's like any specific, articulated, explicit kind of thing, but I'm sure there's like some crossover for that because I mean, a lot of them all have generally along the same interests, and like I said, they all jack the idea of the red pill from the Matrix. So.
Quincels.
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 QAnon incels. Quincels.
There we go. You can use that. Hashtag. Yeah.
Hashtag Quincels.
Yeah.
Even though the Matrix was written by some trans women.
Trans women, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sargon.
Sargon,
I know Sargon Avocado. You listen to this podcast specifically.
Carl?
Fuck you.
Fuck you, Carl.
Yeah. He was arguing against one of the women that made the Matrix, and he didn't know that it was her. And he was like, "This SJW is just saying whatever she wants about the Matrix," and he didn't even fucking idiot. Anyway,
so yeah, as far as Q followers go, they don't actually know what child trafficking looks like. So instead of learning what it looks like or helping experts in the field investigate child trafficking, they just make up shit and see trafficking everywhere. Restaurant sells cheese pizza. That's trafficking. Ellen looks awful without makeup. That's trafficking. Cher looks absolutely marvelous for her age. Oh, you better believe that's trafficking. Tom Hanks just exists. Definitely child trafficking. No, seriously, the QAnon people have this fucking hate on for Tom Hanks.
I love Tom Hanks.
And I sent Ood some screenshots of it. There was a guy who does typewriter repair in Saskatoon, and he got a letter from Tom Hanks saying that, Tom saying, if I ever make it to Saskatoon, I'll definitely meet up with you. And,
I've met the typewriter repair man. He's very nice.
And they would talk typewriters, and Tom Hanks seems to be really into that. So anyway, this article gets posted on the local news media, and I check out the comments on the article, and it is hashtag save the children, save our children, Tom Hanks is a pedo, et cetera, et cetera. Like Tom Hanks, I don't I don't even see how, but they're picking on this poor old man. And it's like Tom Hanks just exists and QAnon hates him.
I'm sure it's like the whole, he's a prominent Hollywood Democrat, so he's got to be on that adrenochrome,
He's my favorite actor.
So this is weird to say, but there is no evidence that Tom Hanks, the famous actor, is a cannibalistic pedophile. Colorado Republican congressional candidate Lauren Boebert gave a wink and a nod to that debunked QAnon-linked conspiracy theory on social media last night. Boebert has expressed support for QAnon, which is a baseless conspiracy theory that President Trump is fighting a secret war against pedophile Democrats who drink the blood of children. Boebert's tweet about Tom Hanks referenced his Greek citizenship. That's basically code because some QAnon followers believe that Hanks's dual citizenship in Greece is an attempt to escape child abuse charges, pedophilia charges. Boebert has continued her open flirtation with QAnon cultists since she upset Republican Congressman Scott Tipton in a primary and made the general election. Tom Hanks actually received his honorary Greek citizenship for his humanitarian work on behalf of Greek wildfire victims in 2018.
Well, and that's it. It's very interesting because Ellen looks awful without makeup. Well, it's because she's not getting her adrenochrome. But Cher looks fantastic despite being well in her advanced years. Well, that's also adrenochrome because she's getting the adrenochrome, so she's young forever.
Right. Not plastic surgery or just natural aging.
Yeah. Long bets, Cher is an elf. Put that on the chart.
Yeah. Elf Cher.
So,
I mean, no one's going to take you up on that one.
No,
I might.
Because it's obvious.
I'm going to put up $8.
2 points about Cher, real quick. She's 74, and her real name, or her born name was Sherilyn Sarkeesian.
Sarkeesian.
Oh, no.
Dun, dun, dun.
All the Cures are going to make that connection.
Part of this is their obsession with symbolism. Apparently, these celebrities and politicians and human traffickers haven't figured out encryption, so they have to communicate with each other in symbols out in the open clear net. So YouTube videos and Facebook posts and Instagram posts and shit like that. It's all symbolism. But anyway, Q's 189th post states...
Identify symbolism. Owl/Y. Which performers and celebs supported HRC during the election? Who performed during her rallies? What jewelry and or tattoos present? What other events do they attend together? What does HRC represent to them? What celebrities have owl/Y head symbols? What politicians have owl/Y head symbols? What powerful people have owl/Y head symbols? What powerful groups have owl/Y head symbols? Why are they worn or shown openly? Their need for symbolism will be their downfall. MSM role? Push conspiracy theory. Social media role? Push conspiracy theory and institute new rules allowing for ban. Censorship. The graphic is key. Reread graphic. Example, what family did Soros replace?
He replaced a family?
Apparently. Part 2. How were they adopted into the cult as children? What were they provided for obeying and staying silent? Brainwashed. All that you know to be right is wrong. The cult runs the world. Fantasyland. The world is fighting back and destroying the cult. 20% public, 80% private. The world would otherwise collapse. 40,000 feet V again, and need to decrease altitude to avoid conspiracy label was necessary. Godfather 3. For God and country. Everything is a symbol.
Did he have a stroke?
Okay,
Like,
so
what
like
happened?
owl as in like OWL,
Yes.
right? Isn't that also like an Illuminati conspiracy symbol? Is owls and like this symbol?
Moloch, I think, is an owl. Is
There's-
Moloch an owl?
I haven't talked to that guy in a long time. Give me a sec.
Okay. All right.
The White Owl Society, which is like a group of elites that control the world, is like a group of villains in Batman comics.
Hey, isn't that on the blacklist where they all wear owl masks?
I think so.
Am I
There
having
are
a stroke?
several shows I can think of that have secret societies of people in varying animal, with the leader being an owl mask.
I think Q might just be Alex Jones, because Alex Jones just talks about movies all the time, too.
You're talking Moloch. Moloch's some dude with a ram's head or a cow head.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking Stolas. He's much cooler than that.
Stolas is the owl.
Stolas doesn't do any kind of human trafficking shit. He tells you about like stars and
No, okay. Well, as far as QAnon's concerned, it's all just symbols. And so, like I said, they see symbols everywhere. You know, he thinks that symbols are going to be what takes down this elite ring of Hollywood pedophiles.
On this program, I want to talk about how President Donald Trump is proving that he is QAnon through his hand signs. And we shouldn't be surprised, because Isaiah, in his chapter 45, verse number 1, he writes, "Thus says the Lord to my anointed, Cyrus/Trump, whose right hand I have taken hold of." And if you've watched any of Donald Trump's speeches, he very often gives the OK sign, which stands for 666, followed by the 555 hand sign, which symbolizes Mary's rosary. And I know when he and Melania got married, she carried a rosary with her at that same church. So don't be surprised if Donald Trump announces that he is converting to Catholicism this next year. But now I want to talk about the hand sign, which he has given to indicate that he is indeed QAnon. And personally, I think he could come right out and say it. He doesn't want to, because QAnon is giving prophecy. And prophecy is always doom and gloom. It's always a warning to people of what could happen. And when he takes down the deep state, there could be bloodshed, and that is what he is warning us about.
QAnon people also love numerology, particularly the number 17, which if you assign numbers to the alphabet, so like A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, Q is the 17th letter. And so basically, it's basically a sign of Q or a message from Q or for Q or from or to the pedophile cabal. There's
Those
17
are all sorts of things.
Yeah, so there's 17 flags behind Trump during a speech. He's signaling to QAnon that he's sending that signal out to them.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So going back to my Ellen during quarantine, Q mythology, like I said, was she was under house arrest for like alleged abuse of children. But she's like passing time, trying to demand people's attention because, she's a celebrity who's on lockdown because of a fucking pandemic. And which she looks kind of rough, which I mean, because
So
you don't have makeup. You don't have a makeup crew, you don't have a light crew, you're just sitting at home, making videos with your cell phone for YouTube. Like that's really what it is. But, like you do, celebrities, they're just drama geeks and they always want attention, and that's just how they are. And so she's doing this like goofy little card trick.
All right, so I guess I'm going to give it a try. So, deck of cards, okay? They're all different. You can see that. I can't see them. I don't know what card is what.
So the first card pulled from the deck is a 5 of spades. Second card pulled from her deck of cards is a 6 of heart. And then she flashes another card, which is a 6 of diamonds. So 5 plus 6 plus 6 equals 17. So she's sending a signal to Tom Hanks that Q has got her. Yes, that is what they believe. And
okay.
Now, I mean, it sounds like a very interesting coincidence, except it ignores the other cards that get flashed during this card trick. So there's like a 5 of clubs and an 8 of clubs, which are also shown a couple of times. And I think a King of Hearts also appears. But if you ignore those ones, the 5 and the 6 and the 6 equal 17. That's
Totally.
kind of a thing.
Ellen, I don't know if you know this, Ellen, but Tom Hanks has only played action heroes in movies, so he can't like spy thriller into your house to save you from Q.
But it's neat because like these guys or I guess QAnon followers will take any sort of reality or current event and work it into their like mythology.
Like
So-
the number 23.
23.
Right, where he's the movie where he's like, and then if you just subtract 5 and then maybe times it by 2 plus another 2, what do you get?
Yeah.
It's just arbitrary math to get to 23.
I mean, 17's pretty definitive though. Like, do calendars even go that high? I mean, you barely ever see it.
I told the story the other day. I was probably in Washington in my entire life 17 times. True, 17 times. I don't think I ever stayed overnight. You know what I'm getting at, right? And we have a great cabinet now, a couple of little changes, but we have a great cabinet. We have some Mike Pompeo, our Secretary of State. So many great people. And we're really getting it. We have just incredible people. But I made some choices that I wouldn't have made. But I'm riding down Pennsylvania Avenue. Again, I've only been here about 17 times. And probably 7 of those times was to check out the hotel I'm building on Pennsylvania Avenue. And then I hop on the plane, I go back. So I've been there 17 times, never stayed there at night. I don't believe.
Well, it's interesting because like the pandemic, Q didn't predict the pandemic, but they totally fit the pandemic into the whole plot of the QAnon mythology, and as like this deliberate thing that Trump had done to put everybody in lockdown so that he could go after these traffickers without disrupting people's lives, despite disrupting people's lives by putting them in lockdown during a pandemic, and then while simultaneously telling everyone it was a Democrat hoax. And yeah, so like it doesn't make sense, but
No.
it makes sense to them, I guess. Now, of course, spinning and making sense of Q's posts and understanding why things didn't happen when they said they would, or as they were supposed to unfold, takes a lot of work. So there's a lot of research hours involved in trying to decode and interpret Q. Enter the bakers. A baker is someone who dives deep into Q posts to extract the meanings from these Q posts. Information provided by Q is referred to as crumbs. Now, Q doesn't tell you everything you need to know in a clear, definitive way. Q leaves little crumbs of information. Now, the bakers take the crumbs and bake it into something that's clear and understandable by the majority of Q followers.
I hate this.
This final product is called bread or dough, and in exchange for their efforts, bakers are gifted gifts by the rest of the Q followers, typically pornography. So,
Super.
Somebody comes up with a Q post, posts their interpretation as a baker, and people say, oh, it all makes sense now. Here's a picture of some tits, or here's some stray image I found on the internet, and here's your reward for doing this
Porn
work.
is so hard to find on the internet
Oh,
nowadays.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
definitely, that's a really good reward.
Who wants to bake crumbs? Doesn't that make grosser toast crumbs?
Yes, exactly.
First up, they need to clean up their fucking metaphor. Crumbs come from things that are already baked, and you're going to bake it again, and then when you bake it again, it's called dough? What are you doing?
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. Like they're metaphors and they're like labels that don't even make sense. Like
Wait,
you don't bake crumbs.
Does this mean that let's get this bread meme is something QAnon related? Because let's get this bread.
That sounds like a half-baked theory.
I was gonna say I've been thinking about getting into creative writing, and I was really getting on board with I could be a baker. And then you said they get paid in porn, and my entire interest level was oh, I was expecting money.
Yeah.
Well, the other interesting part is they've created to help them understand why things don't happen when, if Q says Hillary is going to be arrested next Tuesday, and then next Friday comes by and she's still not fucking arrested, there's nothing going on. Well, that's because there's the Q clock.
The inner circle of the clock indicates the minutes contained in the hour. Many ciphers can be used with these time deltas. Many researchers use them to compare tweets to Q posts, as well as to news events. However, for this particular theory, we will be using them in a more simple way. As you go around the clock, you will notice that each time delta has a corresponding set of dates in a line that go into the future. They can be commonly called delta date sets, as they will all fall on the same second mark on the clock. As Q posts, there will be colored bubbles indicating that day on the clock. For example, in this post, Q has indicated when to start the clock, December 7, 2017. As you can see, Q had posted beforehand, and there are markers on those dates to consider. However, Q did say to start it at this specific day. Post-start date bubbles prior to this date have been indicated in gray. After the clock starts, they are indicated in light blue. Q has indicated to follow the markers. They may have something to do with what is going on at the time, or they may have to do with something that will happen in the future. That is why we have come up with a way to show when these markers are mentioned in the posts, a legend of timestamps, each with their own color. These will be rings around the date in which the marker was mentioned by Q. You can verify these by going to QAnon.pub. Simply enter in the marker keyword you wish to find. For example, clock, marker, TikTok, etc., and it will produce the posts that include that marker. Of course, we have already done that for study here. This clock will have all of these up to date on the clock itself. Time markers are permanent on this clock. From there, we can add keywords to check for special occasions, such as when you have 2 or more other markers, or a mirror marker to indicate other places to look on the clock. Here are some examples of how keywords are indicated on the clock. Note that all keywords will be boxed in and color-coded. For other marker keywords, such as the infamous plus, plus plus, and plus plus plus, we have indicated those as triangles inside of the date bubbles. Mirror markers can direct you to look straight across the clock for clues, or possibly to read a particular post backwards, i.e. beginning with the last sentence and reading upward. Also, these markers will direct you to look at the delta date sets for Q posts in that line that may uncover more clues to previous posts. Here's an example of one we found. On December 19, 2018, Q posted a time marker. Plotted on the clock, you will see that along the delta date set that there is another set of markers. And on that same day, Trump tweeted this. On April 23rd, 2018, Q posted this, as marked in the Delta date set. Looks like a Q proof. Past proves future, future proves past.
Oh no, I hate this even more.
Is it just the word clock, but the C is a Q? So
Oh
it's
my
actually
god,
the
that would be
clock?
so better, but they are not that they're not that astute. They're like, no, it's Q and then the word clock as like one word, the Q clock. But clock with a Q instead of a C would have been a much cooler.
Way cooler.
Yeah, and you can make a Q look like a clock by adding another hand on the inside.
Exactly. Dude, guys, I could be such a great
PR.
red pillar.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we need you.
Need you on the inside.
Yeah. Except that I would hate every moment of it. So I'm not gonna.
So basically, to elaborate, they've built this like clock calendar type of thing to try to understand the meanings and interpret information. But it takes it to a whole new level. So it's like this 12-hour clock, and around it is a series of dates and times, and you just kind of draw a line across from one date to another section of the clock, and it intersects with another clock, it intersects with the date of a Q post, and you end up looking at a Trump tweet from November 16th bragging about a Senate victory, and you draw a line across the clock to the number 14, and then there was a Q drop on the 13th of November at 12:14 saying, 53-47. So Q predicted this Senate victory, and it basically becomes this bizarre convoluted mess of lines and tweet screenshots to try to make sense of something that is clearly not connected.
That sounds like
trying to
so much
force it.
work.
I want to point out, the one that I've just put up on our screen so all of us can see it, also has the Kekistan logo on it.
Yep, it does.
Oh, great. Q needs to work on his messaging. Do you think you're getting across what you think you are with your, I'm going to just hint at certain, what do you... I don't understand what his goal is. Is he trying to confuse people?
But the Q clock isn't from Q. It's what his followers, or their followers, I guess, has assembled. This is coming. This has been crowdsourced.
But do they think he has one on his end and he's planning shit on the clock?
I don't know.
My brain just immediately went to Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia,
Yes.
doing the beautiful mind thing with all the string, and he's trying really hard to explain. This is outrageous. I also hate this.
And again, so much work for porn that you can literally get
Just
for free on
fine.
YouPorn.
Yeah, well, and I mean, the victory that was allegedly predicted using the Q clock and this Q post or whatever, it wasn't magic. You kind of know where the safe seats are. You kind of know where the swing seats are. Polling determines, the difference between the parties in a two-party system. You can look back at past events and then, you don't even need to do that. You can predict this just by looking at facts and polling. But that seems like cheating. We got to put it on this clock to figure it out for us.
Clock.
So yeah, it's just one of those things. So for example, when Q says something will happen in 3 days, it doesn't mean it'll happen in 3 days. It's 3 Q clock, draw a bunch of lines through it and make a convoluted mess to match it all up so it makes sense to you. And yeah, it's just ridiculous. So if something happens as Q predicted, then hey, Q's right on. And if something didn't happen as Q predicted, well then it means something deeper, something underneath. There's some
That's only
subtext
solvable with a spirograph.
That's right. Solvable with a spirograph. That's exactly it. Yes. Yes. And yeah, so who would believe in all this stuff? Well, we'll have to wait till I write the next episode, what I will call the people of QAnon. So that's basically QAnon 101. So please comment on the episode. Email feedback at ovpod.ca. I don't know.
That one's going to be a rage listen.
You think so?
Yeah.
People
People
are
are
just
like, what
gonna
the fuck is happening? Why?
I know QAnon gets a lot more insidious because this goofy shit becomes very real in a lot of people's lives and with real life consequences.
Well, for what it's worth, I now get targeted ads for adrenochrome.
Outstanding.
Yeah, I'm like reading a news article and it's like, buy your adrenochrome here.
You didn't
And I'm
use
like,
a VPN to research for this episode?
Oh no, I'm just getting spammed with adrenochrome ads now.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
And let's be honest, if adrenochrome did like exist and you could get it from like torturing kids, liberals would definitely go down to Whole Foods and buy the cruelty-free version.
The cruelty-free,
especially
adrenochrome.
Hollywood liberals. Yeah.
So yeah, listeners, I do all this for you. I subject my brain to this mush and then talk about it. And that's it. So yeah, join the Patreon. And I guess, I don't know if we're doing this yet or not, but join Team Bigley when that happens. And, your official QAnon correspondent for Occulte Veritatis.
Oh yeah, I think by the time this episode goes up, I'll have that organized.
All right, perfect. Yeah. So that's it. Until next time, I'm Richard Bigley, and in studio we have...
Sage Murray.
Leon Felger.
Ood Gallifrey.
Val Hella, who was not prepared.
And Bambi.
Also not prepared.
Good afternoon.
Bye. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
A Q's life takes him to all corners of the universe. This Q's life has touched and affected many, many others, including some on your own home world. With your permission, I would like to call some of those people whose lives have been changed by this Q.
You want to bring people here from Earth?
I promise it won't impact the timeline, and no one will remember ever having been here after I send them back.
June 15th, 2018, a man drives on to the Mike O'Callahan Pat Tillman Memorial Bridge. The bridge is a busy road which connects the states of Nevada and Arizona. It's a tourist spot where many people will walk across to get an amazing scenic view of the Hoover Dam, an engineering feat worthy of an Ovpod episode of its own, and he would later be charged with terrorist acts. March 13th, 2019, Frank Cali, at a Staten Island home, was gunned down. Found in front of his car, the murder was the first killing of a New York area mob boss in more than 30 years, since the Gambino family boss, Paul Castanello, was gunned down at a steakhouse. Authorities were baffled. Is the mob coming back? Is there a power struggle inside the Gambino mob family? One law enforcement officer called Cali a ghost, avoiding the limelight and wanting to avoid attention. April 29th, 2020, a frantic woman with a car full of weapons, dead set protecting the children, threatening to take out Joe Biden for his alleged affiliation with a pedophile ring that he joined with Hillary Clinton.
Like you do?
Yeah, these three strange yet connected incidents seem to be one-off situations, but they are all connected. So, I am Richard Bigley, and in studio with me today, I have...
Sage Murray!
Leon Felger.
Ood Gallifrey.
And...
The Soundboard Demon.
And we present to you the 134th, the 13-4 episode of Ovpod, The People of QAnon.
Dun dun dun!
Looking back, it seems so obvious that I was probably in a deep depression when I found Q.
Jatark Jadeja, who is 32, says he found QAnon on the internet in 2017. Though he's Australian, he had previously lived in the US and was already interested in American politics.
I think superficially it did seem like it gave me comfort. I didn't realize the nefarious kind of impact it was having on me, because it was very insidious how it slowly disconnected me from reality. I would have been so happy to see Hillary Clinton dragged in front of a military tribunal. That still bothers me to this day. And how willing and happy and joyfully I would have reacted to something that I would normally want no part in.
Jadeja followed QAnon for over 2 years, long enough, he says, to share the theories with his father.
We used to talk about it a lot. We used to only talk about it with each other. We'd show each other things like, did you see that? Did you see that?
We tend to underestimate the extent to which these sorts of narratives are appealing. And so you have people who are essentially looking for answers. And so it's a very compelling narrative to say, all of this is orchestrated. There's a cabal coming after you. They're trying to make your life miserable. You want an answer for why bad things are happening? Here they are.
these conspiracies will start in other areas of the internet. So that's where you'll see different blogs and forums such as Akun, 4chan. They'll start there and then move on to the mainstream social media platforms once they've gained a little bit of velocity. And it becomes especially dangerous once these conspiracies go onto platforms like Twitter and Facebook.
You know, you obviously went down the Q rabbit hole and got back out. For people who are very deeply entrenched and believe in it now, is there any way to sort of bring them back?
Yeah, there is, but it has to start with empathy and understanding, which is non-judgmental and allowing them to keep their dignity. Because otherwise, what's their incentive? And on top of that, you have to admit you were wrong for so many years and that you were made a fool of. There has to be some sort of incentive and some pathway back.
So the gist of QAnon is a mysterious stranger claiming to be close to Trump posts on an internet message board that Trump is working to take down a secret elite cabal of pedophiles who abuse children and use them in satanic rituals so they can extract adrenochrome from their blood. Democrat politicians and Hollywood are behind this. And yes, if you followed that, I also made that face when I first heard about this. Go check back to our QAnon episode.
The literal what the fuck face.
Yeah. So now QAnon may seem like a bizarre internet thing, but it spilled over into reality with real consequences. A civics poll released at the end of August 2020 found that 56%, the majority of Republicans, believe the conspiracy is partly or mostly true. Conversely, 72% of Democrats think that this is not true at all. So the majority of Republicans that were polled believe this to be true.
Oh, man.
Yeah. QAnon has been labeled by the FBI as a domestic terrorist threat. Donald Trump has refused to denounce QAnon, stating that they, quote, love America, and also, quote, I understand that they like me very much, which I appreciate.
Yeah, they suck his dick. That's why he likes them.
Christ.
This isn't the case, of course, with all Republicans. Denver Representative... This isn't the case with all Republicans. Denver Riggleman... Quick moment to... Fuck, his name is Denver Riggleman.
Denver Riggleman.
Is he,
What kind of name is that?
Is he the politician of another state?
Yeah, he's from Virginia.
Wasted opportunity, Denver.
I love it. I just Googled it too, and
he's
like
from
dude
Virginia,
named
yeah.
Denver
What's the
Riggleman.
problem? That's a slam
We're gonna
dunk.
edit
What are you
this
doing?
I put in a cut mark, but I think we might keep that in.
So Denver Riggleman, a Virginia politician, had introduced a resolution in August 2020 saying that, quote, conspiracy theories that falsely blame secret cabals and marginalized groups for the problems of society have long fueled prejudice, violence, and terrorism. It is time for us to come together across party lines to say that QAnon has no place in our nation's political discourse. This resolution was later voted on after I wrote this episode. Interestingly enough, I now had to update my episode to include the vote results because it passed in the House with 371 yay votes, and there were 17, curious number, Republicans who voted nay.
What?
They're going to love that. They're going to love it. Oh, God damn it.
You're going to love it.
West Point Military Academy for combating the West Point Military Academy's Combating Terrorism Center has looked at QAnon, saying, quote, the law enforcement community and researchers need to consider the growing transnational dimensions of QAnon. QAnon is arguably no longer simply a fringe conspiracy theory, but an ideology that has demonstrated its capacity to radicalize to violence individuals at an alarming speed. So this is coming from like West Point Military Academy, which is like
the military academy.
The military academy.
It's like the American ripoff of the Royal Military College of Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There's a lot of fear-mongering in Republican media about like fake enemies, but when real institutions start to dedicate time and resources towards something, saying, yeah, this is a threat, you know that they're not fucking around. You know?
Yeah, this is like the American, like they're the FBI, the military academy, combating terrorism center is saying, oh, you got to watch these fucking people. But who are these people? For starters, I guess, QAnon kind of became the, like, Jim Marshall of conspiracy. So, like, Jim Marshall was playing for the 49ers. He got the ball and ran the wrong way down the field and scored a touchdown on his own team. If you want to cue the video.
Fuck yeah.
Mara straight back to pass. Looking. Now stops, throws, completes it to Kilmer up at the 30-yard line. Kilmer driving for the first down, loses the football. It's picked up by Jim Marshall, who's running the wrong way. Marshall is running the wrong way. And he's running it into the end zone the wrong way. Thinks he scored a touchdown. He has scored a safety. Safety.
And at the end of the video, the guy hugs him, eh? Like the guy from the other team hugs him. but I mean, here's kind of what I'm getting at with that is that, the Q believers, like, the elites control everything. The media, the government, the banks, the courts, industry, and we need to fight back. And like any normal, like, class-aware working person will be like, yes, the elites do, and we need to fight back. Mm-hmm. And then the QAnon believer says, so we can stop them from abusing children for adrenochrome. And that's the touchdown moment where any normal working class person be like, the fuck? Yeah. Or you're like, what?
They just take it like one step beyond like
what's reasonable, what's real.
Yeah, feel like cool. Like no one wants a weird pedophile ring, but also adrenochrome.
Yeah.
And if you've had arguments with Qers like online, or if you've read arguments between like people and Qers, you've seen this in real time. Like Qers will say stuff like, "Oh, so you think the government is totally trustable?" And like you go, "Of course not. Of course I don't think the government is totally trustable." But just that seems to be an inroad to Q.
I'm going to start using trustable in my day-to-day life. No, it's a word now. Heard it here first. Trustable.
Well, it's like to me, of course, there's a group of elite people and we need to, deal with them as a working class people. But is this what they're doing? No, this isn't what they're doing. No. This is ridiculous.
They're just
nonsense.
off drinking ridiculously expensive booze on yachts.
If you want to see the ridiculous conspiracies, not ridiculous, the actual conspiracies, it's like, the Panama Papers or Jeffrey Epstein. Like those are like actual factual conspiracies that are provable and demonstrable. This whole adrenochrome shit, this is just nonsense. Yeah. And that's why any respectable working class individual would like shut down the QAnon thing.
Trustable's apparently a word.
On a completely different note, trustable is a word.
Ood wins.
Yay.
Fuck all of us.
Yay.
My name is Angela Renee Stanton. I am running my own campaign, Stanton King for Congress. I don't know why this reporter keeps asking me about Donald Trump. I'm trying to run my own campaign. I'm not his spokesperson. I'm not paid by his campaign to speak for him. And I don't have all the answers for him, but I do support his policies.
But he pardoned you. That's why I'm asking you about it.
Is
because
that
you
a
received
crime?
a pardon. No, I'm just asking because you were a recipient of a pardon from him.
I supported him before he gave me a pardon.
You have been accused of sympathizing with the QAnon conspiracy theory.
Who accused me of that?
Many people. And I just wanted to ask you about a few tweets.
No, I need you to be factual. Who accused me of that? Because what is an accusation? Is that something that's been proven in court? Have I ever gone on record and said I'm a member of QAnon? Because I have not.
Okay.
So who are the people that accuse me of that?
So when you tweeted, this isn't about COVID-19 or Black Lives Matter, this is a major cover-up for paedophilia and human trafficking.
That has nothing to do with QAnon.
What did you mean by that?
Exactly what I said.
Well, give me some evidence.
I don't think it needs any explanation.
Okay. So when you said, did Ghislaine Maxwell tip off authorities about Wayfair, what did you mean by that?
Exactly what I said. What's the next one?
So do you believe that an online...
Exactly what I said. You can read. What's the next one?
Do you believe that an online...
Exactly what I said. What's the next one?
Do you believe...
We done. Let's go.
Do you believe that an online furniture retailer is peddling a global paedophilia conspiracy?
You just like I did. Let's go, y'all.
You don't want to answer questions about QAnon?
I don't know anything about QAnon. You know more than I know. None of my tweets say anything about QAnon, so you're making accusations.
What about this tweet? Angela, what about the tweet when you said the storm is here? That's QAnon.
It was raining that day.
It was raining that day?
Yeah. No, he got it. I already gave it to him.
It was raining that day.
Well, and I talked to resident pharmacist and friend of the podcast, Susan O'Flanagan.
Mhm.
Yeah. And she said that you probably couldn't get high off adrenochrome.
Oh, it's just oxidized adrenaline
Yeah.
that your body would process, and that'd be the end of that.
Yeah, she said that it probably wasn't a thing.
Yeah. So anyway, that Hoover Dam guy, his name was Matthew Wright. He was armed with a rifle and blocked this bridge with an armored truck. He blocked the bridge while holding up a sign saying, "Release the OIG report." This report was a 500-plus page report from the Justice Department about Hillary Clinton's emails. It was
Her
released-
emails.
Yeah. So he's asking for this report to be released, blocking traffic between the states of Arizona and Nevada,
insane.
demanding that this report from the Justice Department be released. Fun fact, it was actually released the day earlier.
Oops.
My guess is that he did this because he expected that the document would contain revelations about nefarious government actors doing shitty government things. But when the
Satanic
actual report,
pizza rape.
yeah, but when the report was pretty blah and 500 pages long, I assume that was why he thought maybe the report was redacted or that this was a fake report that got released and he wanted the real one. I don't know what his rationale was.
Yeah. And when you read what Qers think about this, they think that Trump is playing some 10-dimensional chess, and he finally got one over on the pedophiles, and he's able to release this groundbreaking document that's going to blow them all over.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No more lies. No more bullshit. We the people demand full disclosure. We elected you to do a duty. You said you were going to lock certain people up if you were elected. You have yet to do that. Uphold your oath. We the people demand it. Please, Mr. President, we deserve the truth. We the people demand full disclosure of the OIG report. No more lies. We want the truth. We deserve the truth. No more lies.
We don't know if he's angry at the government or someone who did him wrong, or what the situation is.
A man caused complete panic on the Pat Tillman Memorial Bridge when he blocked traffic in an armored truck. People called police, scared he had a gun. Photos of the fiasco flooded our newsroom. Some showed backup from the US 93, while others gave us a look at the truck itself.
And I didn't even know anything was wrong until I started seeing those white pieces of paper that were going in the window.
While Arizona troopers took the man into custody, Nevada authorities say they're always prepared for something like this.
We don't know his mental state, so we always got to approach these situations with an abundance of caution.
Suicide attempts and fires forced closures here in the past, but nothing like today's event.
It could have been a very bad scene on that bridge today.
While some were pretty upset they missed a trip to the dam,
Pretty disappointing because it was one of the last things on our trip.
others say they're thankful this whole thing wasn't worse.
So anyway, our good buddy here, Matthew, was charged with obstruction of a highway, endangerment, unlawful flight from law enforcement, misconduct involving a weapon, and terrorist acts. Basically, he fled the police. They dropped a spike belt. He blew out 3 of his tires. He still kept going. Little trooper that he is, I guess. Police would find in his armored truck 2 assault-style rifles, 2 handguns, and 900 rounds of ammunition.
Oh, fuck.
While in police custody, he wrote letters to different government officials, one in which I read for the Patreon to Donald Trump. So if you subscribe to Patreon for as little as $1 a month, you can listen to me reading this letter out.
Yes, do it. Our Patreon content has been really good lately, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good time to join.
Yeah, by the time this episode comes out, there will be a Star Trek /fiction on there. So if you want to hear the captain and Spock fucking each other.
Oh yeah, that was very wholesome though.
Yeah.
Okay, my sister Valhalla is like super jazzed to beat the mayonnaise eating record. So we need to set that up
Okay.
because she will she eats that as an appetizer to the real mayonnaise feast.
The mobster who was gunned down, Frank Cali. He was shot by 24-year-old Anthony Camello. Camello had no connection with the mafia. He shot Cali because I guess some people are reporting that he wanted to date Cali's niece, but Cali kind of didn't like that idea. However, Anthony Camello's lawyer would eventually state in court that Camello was obsessed with online conspiracy theories and that Camello thought that the now deceased gangster was part of the deep state.
Oh, no.
So Camello was trying to make a citizen's arrest when Cali ended up getting killed. When this came out, John Gotti Jr. demanded an apology from law enforcement after this came out that Cali was killed by Camello, and because the police had originally thought that his recently sprung uncle Gene Gotti had actually done the killing.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, in court, Camello went on a rant about Operation Mockingbird, which is a QAnon thing. He says that he says, quote, "I just want to say there is a lot on my phone and a lot of data about drug smuggling, human sex trafficking all over the country. I have everything from Australia to Ukraine to Italy to Russia."
Oh, damn.
So now this, I believe, would be QAnon's first addition to a new body count.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
yeah. I don't think QAnon had killed anyone until this.
Yeah.
He went after that guy thinking he was a member of the deep state to do a citizen's arrest. But that belief in the deep state come from him diving into QAnon conspiracy theories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I can see that line. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does this guy have a big X on his back? Anthony Camello is accused of blowing away the reputed leader of the Gambino crime family in New York. The dumb fella goes this front page headline: "Gunned down by local knucklehead, one of the dumbest killers in New York City history." The suspect rammed his car into the mob boss's SUV and then rang the doorbell of his home. Cops say that's when the suspect's face was caught on camera, right before he opened fire. According to investigators, the suspect may not have even known that the man he was assassinating was the top gangster in the city.
Appearing Monday in a New Jersey courtroom, Camello smirking at times, scribbling on his left hand phrases like MAGA forever and United We Stand.
The frantic woman, her name was Jessica Prim. April 29th, 2020, she makes a post on Facebook, quote, "Hillary Clinton and her assistant, Joe Biden, and Tony Podesta need to be taken out in the name of Babylon. Yeah, I can't be set free without them gone. Wake me up," with several exclamation points.
The fuck? When September ends? Before you go?
Something like that, yeah. So she drives out to a pier near the USS Intrepid, and she tells the police, quote, "I think I am the coronavirus," and later says, quote, "I was watching the press conferences with Donald Trump on TV. I felt like he was talking to me."
Oh, no.
She live streamed this, telling viewers that she was, quote, "at the Comfort being a naval hospital ship that was treating the rescued mole children." Throwback to my Hollow Earth episode.
Yeah.
And I feel this is fucking terrible. Seriously, you can't you sort of want to laugh, but you can't laugh about this because she's clearly having issues.
She's not well.
And she's got wrapped up on QAnon, and all the people she deals with online in her life are just fucking fueling this. And she isn't
she's unwell. She's sick.
Clearly has is distressed. So anyway, she's
but people with mental disorders that have delusions, sometimes they have a hard enough time keeping reality straight, through medicine, through therapy. Sometimes just with their own experience, let alone having tens, hundreds of strangers online, reinforcing your shit. Christ.
Well, at the end of this, she was charged with 18 counts of criminal possession of a weapon because she had 18 knives that she'd been stockpiling in her vehicle. I don't know what she expected to necessarily do with these knives, but basically, we'll play a clip here, and you'll see that this woman is really of no harm to anyone but herself, much less Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. So instead of being treated for what is what seems to be, like an issue, like mental health issues, she's instead criminalized. And then like a lot of people mocked her online, and QAnon people reach out and just keep feeding these delusions. So
this poor woman.
Roll this clip here.
Yeah.
I need help. I think I'm the coronavirus.
Turn off your car.
I'm scared too. I don't want you to hurt me.
Nobody's gonna hurt you.
Please.
We're gonna try to get you the help you need, okay? So I need you to turn off your car.
Can I keep my phone with me?
Yeah, you can have your phone. I need you to turn off your
I'm
car.
so scared.
So I want to help you. What happened? What happened today? What's going on? What's making you scared?
I was researching the coronavirus.
What happened?
I was at home.
Okay.
This was like a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And I'm a feature entertainer.
Okay.
My entertainer name is Nikita Steele.
Okay. Yeah, that's a 4.
I was sitting there. I make costumes. I was gluing gems on my costumes. I was watching the press conferences with Donald Trump on TV. Okay. I felt like he was talking to me. Okay. Somebody sent me the YouTube video, Fall of Cabal, and I watched part 5. I don't know if you've seen it.
Part 5?
Part 5.
Part 5?
It talks about the elite eating children. I mean, I can show it all to you, okay? It's all over my Facebook.
So this all started with Facebook tonight?
No, this is not. This has been going on for a couple weeks. I felt like I had to come here to the ship because I needed help.
Can I ask you a personal question?
I feel like I'm the coronavirus, and by me talking about what I found.
You're not the coronavirus, but listen, Jessica, we're here to help you, all right? I gotta ask you a couple personal questions. Do you take like any medication?
No.
Is there anything you're supposed to be taking that you didn't take?
I you can look up my record. I smoke pot, but that is it. That's it. You can take my blood.
When's the last time you smoked?
I smoke every day, to be honest with you. Okay. Like, I'm not even gonna lie.
Like recently?
Oh yeah. Like I smoke every day.
Okay.
Throughout the day.
Gotcha.
I don't even drink. I don't even drink.
But we got an ambulance on its way, all right? So they're just gonna come check you out. Just because you said okay. You're very nervous, you're very scared right now.
Can I show you?
It can get your blood pressure up and everything.
Can I show you what I found? Like for real.
What did you find? It was all on Facebook, you said, right?
It's not on Facebook.
Jessica, just do me a favor and hop outside the vehicle real quick. Yes.
I'm really shaky because it's
come
really
out
overwhelming.
Just come out the vehicle.
Have you guys heard about the kids?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I'm not lying.
All right, come here. I'm just gonna place you in handcuff, all right? You're not under arrest. You're detained at the moment for your safety and ours, okay?
You're putting me in handcuffs, you guys.
That's good. Special Agent Dobson with the Secret Service. What's going on today? Come in. Come in. You're not in trouble. We're just trying to figure. I didn't say you did. What's the reason why you came here? What's going on?
I felt like I was supposed to come to the comfort and get some help because I felt like I was a coronavirus.
Do you have anything in this vehicle that's dangerous?
I had knives in there because I was scared.
Okay, do you have anything on your person that's dangerous?
No.
Okay, do you have any firearms in there?
Yeah, definitely not.
Explosives?
No.
Anything that
I'm a fire dancer, so I had like fire tan, but I don't even have like fluid.
What's in the substance?
Just like supplies, I guess. Like
step this
like
way.
clothes.
Okay, you're gonna step over here for a minute.
Very upsetting. She's very unwell.
Yeah.
This poor woman.
I mean, I've talked about it on the podcast before. Like, I had a break with reality during a breakdown. Like, depending on, I was lucky enough that I stayed confined to my apartment and I didn't cause anything. I didn't do anything illegal.
I sat on you.
Yeah. But like, the fact that she was like criminalized because of this.
Yeah,
because
that's
of
not
being
fair.
influenced by QAnon conspiracy theories.
When she was already in like a super vulnerable state.
Mm-hmm.
And very easily influenced, and then she just took it upon herself to take all this shit that made Is it
you
real?
like hear them asking about weapons and whatever, and it's like, well, like she's not gonna hurt anyone.
No, she's like,
she's insane.
No,
She's
no.
she's harmless, just crazy.
Yeah, and
very
that's the
sad.
thing is it's like, but she saw this and got red pilled, and
Yeah.
so she came down to the pier with 18 knives in her vehicle
Because she thought that she
threatening
felt like she
Clinton and
was
Joe
coronavirus.
Biden
Yeah.
because of this underground adrenochrome factory that I had reported on in my Hollow Earth episode. So
It's very upsetting. Like, she obviously isn't well.
mm-hmm. So it's a good thing that like nobody in authority would believe in this QAnon stuff, right? Wrong.
No.
San Juan Capistrano. San Juan Capistrano? Strano?
I don't know.
San Juan Capistrano councilwoman Pam Patterson at a December 2018 council meeting had quoted Q Post 2436, quote, "For far too long, we have been silent and allowed our bands of strength that we have once formed to defend freedom and liberty to deteriorate. We became divided. We became weak. We elected traitors to govern us." And then she finishes with the Q slogan, "Where we go one, we go all."
Yeah.
And then added, "God bless America, God bless Q, and God bless San Juan Capistrano."
Holy crap.
So this is at a city council meeting.
And like having private beliefs is one thing. Like, who knows how many members of government have private beliefs? But like, she felt incensed enough to bring it forward. Like, I got to tell the people about this. I got to tell the council about this. Like,
Yeah.
Christ.
But I mean, that's just a low-level municipal politician, right? It's not like anyone higher up would possibly.
Of course
buy
not.
into that.
Although,
No.
by the tone of your voice, I believe that I am clearly incorrect.
Ha 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 ha.
I'm Marjorie Greene, and I approve this ad. America's the greatest country in the world. We need conservatives in Washington that will keep it that way. I'm running to stop gun control. Open borders. The Green New Deal. And socialism. Democrats fight for their socialist agenda every single day. I'll fight even harder to stop them. I'm Marjorie Greene, Republican for Congress. Save America, stop socialism.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, she has recently tried to distance herself from QAnon, but like she videotaped herself speaking about how, quote, "there's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take this global cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles out, and I think we have the president to do it," end quote.
Ew.
Yeah. I mean, she tries to distance herself, but
Doesn't really?
I don't really think it's all that distance. She is also an anti-masker who says that wearing a mask is, quote, "unhealthy for psychological, emotional growth," end quote, and described the 2018 midterms elections as, quote, "an Islamic invasion of our government." And I really actually don't know how to finish that paragraph. She was kind of referring to Ilhan Omar with that.
We have a person who happens to be Muslim as a member of our government, so that's an Islamic takeover of the government. Oh, yeah, ring your little violin harder, please.
So, I mean, obviously Marjorie Taylor Greene wouldn't have, clearly with fringe beliefs like that, like nobody would take her seriously.
Clearly
Of course.
not.
But on August 12th, Donald Trump congratulated her by tweeting, quote, "Congratulations to future Republican star Marjorie Taylor Greene on a big congressional primary win in Georgia against a very tough and smart opponent. Marjorie is strong on everything and never gives up. A real winner," and winner is all caps in
Oh my
this
God.
tweet from Donald Trump. So,
Of course it is.
Yeah, now she's got Trump's endorsement for this election. This isn't, of course, the only QAnon politician. K.W. Miller of Florida. KW, according to him, stands for Keep Winning. Anyway,
Oh my God.
He said that he doesn't follow QAnon, but rather QAnon follows him. He also has theories that Beyonce is faking being African American, stating that she is actually Italian.
How?
I don't know.
Like, I mean, Ariana Grande, like, sure. Ariana Grande's not black.
Yeah, so
That's a whole different episode.
Yeah.
I mean, for a bit of relief to this, his political ambitions are unlikely to bear fruit. So,
good.
I mean, he can rant about whatever. Most people will likely just not vote for him.
Yeah.
So he really doesn't have too much hope on that.
Oh my God.
Okay, folks. Happy Friday. We're going into the Independence Day weekend, and I just wanted to give a shout out to the silent majority, we the people. And I understand that all of you are dealing with different regimes right now in your cities and states. We're all in different boats, but we're all in the same boat, we the people, right? It's Independence weekend, Independence Day weekend. That's what it's all about. And this is the time for everybody to basically draw a line in the sand and make it clear to the leftists, the liberals, the globalists, and the rhino Republicans, the traitors in Congress and Senate, that this is our country. This is our country, not theirs. Okay, they're only on borrowed time. They're our guests. They work for us. Let me tell you what's going down starting in January 2021 when I get into Congress. I'm going to start defunding the liberal and leftist cities. Let me say it again. Not just me, but me and my fellow patriots, shall we say. We're going to defund the liberal and leftist cities and states. I said it. You can bank on it. If you don't follow the rule of law, you will not get one dime of federal money under my watch. Now, you heard me tell you that I'm probably going to run for president in 2024. We're 4 years off, four plus years off. But don't let that sway you. We're on the move. So all these liberals, all these radicals, all these globalists, all these leftists, all these rhino Republicans, traitors who are hiding under the desk hoping they could ride this out, that party's over. Your party is over. Adult supervision is here, and we're taking this country back. We're going to put it on the right track. Put it back where it belongs. America first. POTUS says keep America great, make America great. I'm telling you, we're going to keep America first. That's where I'm going in 2024, but I'm going there now, and I'm going to lead you down that road. Okay?
QAnon, of course, has also crossed the border up into Canada, eh?
Yay!
So even in our neck of the woods, this is another one of the updates that QAnon has forced me to make to this episode after I wrote it.
Those fucks.
Yeah, like they move so quick, these QAnon stories, that I'm trying to follow them all. And yeah, so anyway, at the time we were recording, we are in the middle of a provincial election. The Saskatchewan Party is our current governing party.
What date?
And the
What's
party
the
most
date?
likely to win this election, October 16th.
October 16th.
2020.
Okay.
So they're the governing party currently, and they're most likely to win re-election at the end of the day.
We don't like them.
We don't like them.
Their initial candidate in Saskatoon Eastview, Daryl Cooper, was seriously red-pilled too.
Oh my God.
He posted several posts on social media promoting QAnon and other baseless conspiracy theories, such as pandemics being caused by sunspots, 5G technology causing health issues, and luckily in Canada we don't have political tolerance for that kind of bullshit. And the Saskatchewan Party leader, Scott Moe, denounced QAnon, and the candidate was very quickly replaced.
He loves propane and propane accessories.
Scott Moe does, because he looks exactly like Hank Hill. Google Hank Hill, Google Scott Moe, and
tell me that they're not the same person. They are literally
I tell you what.
If you ever jump out of the bush, he's going to go, whoa! It's going to happen.
So, I mean, aside from a few politicians, whatever, right? It's not like law enforcement would be involved in this QAnon nonsense.
Of course not.
Never. But there is the story of Ed Mullins, the president of the NYPD police union, or a NYPD police union.
Fuck.
He ended up on Fox News twice, both times with a QAnon coffee mug featured in the background of his interview.
Hate that.
So I couldn't find any response from the union or from Mullins about the QAnon mug, but the CNN article I found just said Mullins and the union didn't respond to requests for comments. So I guess maybe they just didn't reply.
Yeah, swept it under the
Yeah,
rug.
so the president of an NYPD police union has a QAnon mug in his office, I guess.
Likely a man responsible for probably thousands of people.
Yeah, exactly. And there was an Illinois officer, Mark Manicki. Manicki, something like that. Whatever.
One of those.
He was seen wearing QAnon attire. The mayor of LaSalle, Illinois, brushed it off, saying that he will judge officers by their work. But if this creates a problem, they will handle it at that time.
Oh my God.
The News Tribune had actually asked the officer if he thinks his participation in QAnon affects his job as a police officer. And he said his participation with QAnon affects his position, quote, in a positive way. Absolutely. End quote.
I hate that.
So like this guy's getting this cop is getting red pilled and he says it's affecting his job.
In a positive way.
In a positive way.
But the fact it's baseless conspiracy nonsense is affecting somebody's job. And I mean, I know in his perception it's maybe positive, but like in reality.
That's insane. I'm so far away from the mic and I'm still screaming.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's a cop. He has a gun. He's entrusted with law enforcement. He's getting red pilled on QAnon, who admits it's affecting his job.
You guys,
Like,
I hate
that's-
this. I hate it so much.
Maybe every morning before he gets into job, he's just in the shower. He's just like, fucking mole, people, pedophiles.
Mole,
God
people,
damn- God
pedophiles.
damn-
Hillary
oh,
Clinton, her
I'm
emails, pizza gay.
I'm gonna get him today.
Yeah, exactly.
I got him.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's also Officer Jason Bandy. He runs a QAnon/wellness/New Ager podcast called For the Love. Feel free to check it out if you're interested.
Yeah, I'm into that.
I'll put a clip in here.
Yeah,
If he's the free speech loving individual I am, he wouldn't dare strike our podcast down, would you?
Exactly.
So let's get into the Q stuff. If you guys haven't heard, or if you have heard what Q is, but really don't know what it is, because that's probably the biggest question, we're going to get into this stuff. So let's start from the top on how this all began and what's going on.
So I was introduced to Q through a podcast. Like I said, I listened to a lot of information, and at first I was kind of just interested in seeing what this person is or who this person is. Come to find out, I come to believe that it's a group of individuals that are in the military operatives, less than 10 people. They put out certain information on a forum board. It started on 4chan at first, and then went over to 8chan, and just getting to the patriots of this country, just informing us on what's really happening in politics. And that's something that I feel like has been lost as far as news goes. So I was pretty big into getting my information from news outlets, just like anybody else. And there came a point in time where I just kind of distrusted everything at one point, and everything seemed fake. Absolutely. I think a lot of us, we want the truth, whether we admit to it or not.
We never like it.
No, and that's one thing that...
And that's why right now, this is all being kept very low-key with certain things, here and there that are giving you some clues, but that's because the people are not going to like the truth.
Yeah, Jack Nicholson said it best. You want the truth? A lot of people can't handle it, so...
Yep.
And that is very true as far as what I'm about to indulge in. So Q, like I said, is a bunch of, less than 10 people, military operatives. They put out information and getting some people informed on what's really happening. Originally I tried to, form my own opinions about things as far as politics is concerned, because that's really the main front of what's going on right now, in the White House.
You got to do that. You have to have a mind of your own. You can't follow everything, and that's the problem with the media. The media is manipulating you. They're controlled by billionaires, all right? Few people own the whole media, and they're feeding you all this bullshit, and that's all we have ever known. And think of it, we're in a generation now where we have information at our fingertips, and you really can't hide anything. The only issue is, there is a lot of fake information out there.
Yeah, mainstream media for sure.
Oh yeah, but even on the internet, you get a lot of fake, internet stuff too. But for the most part, I feel they're freaking out because they can't control the information.
No, yeah, right now is the time where it's being exposed more than ever. I mean, I can get into some of these people that I've noticed. You want to hear some names? I'll throw out some names that, like, as far as big people in Hollywood. I'll start with Madonna. A lot of people like her music, and I respect that. She's kind of been a little odd lately. Rita Wilson, David Spade.
Yep.
Tom Hanks, of course. Right now he's in Australia.
He's one of the top guys, apparently.
Yeah.
Which is wild because it's so manipulative. But you guys got to understand something. This is Hollywood. Their job is to be actors. They are fooling us all.
They're not who we think they are. They play one role and then they go back to their lives of being pretty much nobody. I mean, they fake these characters, and we do love them. We admire them in these movies that we watch. I'm a big fan of Tom Hanks as far as his screenplay is concerned. Saving Private Ryan, Big, Castaway. These movies really speak to us as people.
But they're manipulating us at the same time.
Yeah, there's a lot that individually they are.
Look at that. All the symbolism, the Disney shows, the Disney movies with the sexual stuff going on and all those. You watch those videos in this link that I post because it's all in there. All the symbolism.
So, so he runs this like QAnon adjacent or QAnon involved podcast called For the Love. And anyway, it was also kind of interesting because when I Googled Jason Bandy, turns out Officer Bandy is also mentioned in a 2010 news article in the New Haven Independent. When he was 24, he called in sick for a shift to the police, and then he went to a bar with two other cop buddies called the Center Street Lounge, and then he kind of caused some shit at the bar, pissed on the floor, and then refused to leave.
That's not cool.
Bandy had later been charged with second-degree breach of peace, interfering with an officer, and disorderly conduct, but he still appears to be a cop, though.
As they so often do. Even if a local department goes to the high like rare to be seen firing of a cop, like they can just move on to the next county or the next state.
Well, I'm pretty sure that if I pissed on the floor, I'd probably be fired.
Yeah, probably. Well, you call in sick and then you go to a bar, get so drunk you piss on the floor and then refuse to leave. Yeah.
I haven't done that, but I'm assuming that I would probably be in a little bit of trouble.
But you're still a cop, though.
Yeah, but even if I wasn't a cop,
and that's part, I think, mostly due to the police unions being fucking shit. But so I think his bosses were like, yeah, this guy's like clearly unfit for the job, but the police union still like managed to like defend him and let him keep his job, and that's kind of what he does, I guess. Yeah. So who is Main Street QAnon, though? Like, I've kind of covered a couple of high-profile cases, but, like, what about the everyday QAnon person who doesn't make the news? Kitchen table QAnon.
Or just regular old QAnoners.
Literally kitchen table QAnon.
Yeah.
There was a Vice article, January 2019, written by KT Nelson, where he dives into QAnon. The article speaks to how QAnon has dealt more damage to the people who follow it than to the alleged pedophile trafficking rings that they are apparently fighting against.
Yeah.
Basically goes into a bunch of QAnon social media groups, and this was around Thanksgiving. So folks were speaking about their festivities and meals. So like one user writes, "Happy Thanksgiving, everyone." My children have chosen not to include me in festivities this year because their minds are not open to the truth. But I am thankful for President Trump. President Trump is in all caps, by the way.
of course. Yeah,
and
clearly.
the WWG1WGA family. That means where we go one, we go all.
Yeah.
Then they carry on. If anyone is spending today by themselves, I would be happy to exchange photos of our meals.
Oh, no.
And it sounds sad that somebody's family,
How dare
somebody
they,
has
yeah.
been so red-pilled that their family is not including them in Thanksgiving.
Because it's just become so toxic.
This is such a throwback, but it's only because I'm still in their forums. I still watch them, but this rings so much of the incels. They have such an in-group hug box where if somebody's sad or somebody's family rejected them because they don't want to listen to them anymore, or their friends say, "Hey, stop acting like a misogynist little prick."
Yeah.
There's people within their within their toxic little communities that'll
cheerlead them.
It's okay. You're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
That's happened to me too. It's okay. Come here.
We love you. We love you. We love you. You don't need anyone else.
It enables them to separate themselves from people who might intervene and might love them and shit. Great.
On that note, other users reply, "My older boy has been 20 miles away for 5 years. Haven't seen him, and I'm not chasing. Happy Thanksgiving." Another user responds, "Thanksgiving dinner. It was delicious. I just had seconds about 10 minutes ago with a smiley face." And then the photo that followed was a bologna sandwich, but it was 2 pieces of bread and a single bologna slice on one piece and then a pile of Doritos on another.
Ooh.
I don't know. Are you able to find that picture anywhere?
Oh, no.
I can take a look, yeah.
Don't like that.
Just look up
Google?
KT Nelson and Vice.
Oh, I was going to Google saddest bologna sandwich.
That's kind of a vague definition of is something. Are you obsessed with something enough that it becomes a problem? Has it started affecting your life?
Yeah.
And this is a major thing. Your belief in this shit has made this block between you and your family.
Yeah, it's alienated you from basically reality and the people that love and care about you.
That big dumb Q clock isn't so funny anymore, you know?
Well, it's seriously sad. Another believer posted that none of their 3 kids talk to them anymore, and that quote, being a conservative is lonely sometimes.
It's not just being a conservative. It's being...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's sad.
It is a very sad picture of a bologna sandwich.
And it's
with Doritos.
But it looks like it's sitting on a towel.
Yeah. It's sitting on a towel, and it's it doesn't look like it even has any mayonnaise on it.
There's
it's
no
just
mayo, no margarine, no butter.
No Miracle Whip.
No Miracle Whip, nothing. It's just a piece of bologna and then
2 pieces of bread and a handful of Doritos.
handful of Doritos, yeah.
And this is kind of the backhanded thing that they're trying to make themselves into mini martyrs. My family has sacrificed me, but I'm I'm still part of the where one goes we go all family,
Yeah.
Well, and this is their Thanksgiving dinner, and their families abandoned them, and yeah, it's
I'm fucking annoying at Thanksgiving, and my mom still made me a fake turkey cutlet.
Behind the mind-boggling conspiracy theories, there is a lot of pain. All these people tell me their families are being torn apart by QAnon. Kim Holmberg says she broke up with a live-in boyfriend she loved over his adherence to QAnon.
QAnon has become that umbrella organization right now for pretty much all of the insane conspiracy theories, including John F. Kennedy Jr., who's really alive. A lot of the Q people believe this. They were quite disappointed because they had believed that JFK Jr. was going to be announced as Donald Trump's running mate. I had a full, lovely, amazing, beautiful year with him before QAnon came into existence.
Tina Roberts says her marriage came close to breaking up.
I spent many nights alone sitting on the couch while he was sleeping, mourning the loss of my husband, grieving the loss of him, and then just coming to an understanding that I had to let this go.
For 26-year-old Kit Apperson, the relationship that's been destroyed is with Mom.
It's a constant talk of pedophilia and Satan worship and how it's all going to come out and the end times are upon us. And it's gotten to the point where even just casual conversations with her or watching a movie. It's impossible to do or get all the way through without some argument happening.
Do you think that there is any way at all that you could change your mother's mind about QAnon?
I don't really think that there's a way to bring her out of it since she's so deeply entrenched at this point.
I know nothing about QAnon.
Yeah, so that's part one of my People of QAnon episode.
Very sad, very sad.
Politicians, cops, and like people left behind at Thanksgiving.
I hate it.
Yeah, those are the People of QAnon. Wait for part 2 to come out. When we left off, we were talking last week about the QAnon believing politicians, QAnon believing police, QAnon believing general populations, and we were talking about sad state of the common folk who don't make the news yet believe in QAnon, and very depressing Thanksgiving meals and people talking about how their families have isolated themselves from them as a result of this.
Yeah, and like we make fun of these like conspiracy theorists and like the people that believe in this a lot, but like wouldn't you think about like actually being there, being separated from your family? Being separated from your family has been statistically shown to lead to higher rates of suicide, higher rates of self-harm, mental illness. Like it's real harm that this conspiracy theory is doing to people's lives. This little intro clip is provided by QAnon Anonymous, the podcast. On the back end, Richard talked to them and asked them if we could use episode 106 of their podcast to add some much-needed context. This is the People of QAnon episodes, and what you're about to hear is QAnon Anonymous talking to some of these regular, everyday people as they attend the QAnon rally worldwide.
This is a movement that everybody can get behind. Child trafficking is something that we want to end. We want to raise awareness so people know the signs, they know how to report it, and everyone can be part of a community and unite on this issue.
All we have is our souls, our minds, our bodies, and we've come here to unify every religion, race, sex, creed, age. Every person under the sound of my voice can join this fight. Every person under the sound of my voice has a responsibility to join this fight. If you are a victim or a witness of sex trafficking, I invite you now to come and share your story with the people. Come out and let your voice be heard.
Make America a better place, a safer place. And let's share positive messages, work together, unite, and move forward. Stop the crime, stop the violence, and let's make America better. On our tour, we've driven through Chicago, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Denver, and today we're here in Hollywood. Take a look at those cities. They're graffiti, they're being torn apart. The Democrat leaders that were voted in don't represent the people that voted them in. They're allowing those cities to be trashed. They're allowing those communities to be looted and destroyed. I don't think that's what the people want. So that's why we're here today, to share positive messages. Get out and vote. Trump 2020. Use common sense. Make positive choices.
I know for a fact that the public will not have our backs unless we focus on the facts that we have. We do not have facts about Frazzle Drift and Pizza Games. We may believe it, but that is not what is going to open the minds of the masses. What will open the minds of the masses is letting Netflix, Viacom, Disney, and Amazon know that we are aware, and it is a record that not only do they rehire convicted pedophiles, Brian Peck, look it up, Mr. Saba, look it up. Both convicted pedophiles hired back to work with minors. Amen. You look at Netflix Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, the Teenage Witch. Why, in the first season, is there an orgy scene for someone that's supposed to be 15 years old? Why is that there? I don't remember seeing an orgy scene in Sabrina, the Teenage Witch. Hollywood puts out for young kids. Why does it have to be sexualized? Yeah. They have been initiated by blood into the Luciferian rite. This is their ticket into Hollywood. They have sold their souls. But we are here to bring attention because blood makes noise. The blood of children lives on. we ate it in the food, and their blood is now inside of us. And we cry out with the voice of the children. You will not kill us. You will not drink our blood for power. Pedophilia is a mental illness. These people are probably possessed with demons. This needs to end and end now. We put Hollywood on notice. We say it's over. Are you a victim? We are your voice. Come out. Come out from these buildings and these studios. Where are the news? Where is TMZ? Where is TMZ? Does anybody care about the children that are going to die today? Today there is a nasty, disgusting man hovering over an innocent child, locked away somewhere. We don't know where. They're all around us. They could be here. They could be in these fucking buildings right here. Blood sacrifices. What's up? Where are these children? 800,000 children go missing every year. Why? Why are they censoring us from trying to tell people that our children are being tortured to death? Come on, that's right. Come on. Come on.
Zuckerberg's a pedophile.
That's right. Get up here. It's your turn.
I'm cool.
Yes.
And let me tell you, don't listen to the liars. There's a basement at the bottom of Cosmic Ping Pong Pizza. There is a basement there because children have been molested there. We need to arrest John Podesta today.
John Podesta, campaign chairman Hillary Clinton. So, can you tell me who you are and why you're here today?
So I'm a patriot from Los Angeles. I can't disclose my name, but I'm here because we're fighting a battle in America right now with sex trafficking. Our children are supposed to be our future, and our children are being sex trafficked across America. And I don't understand why. Why do they like the children?
Who is doing this to the children?
The Democratic Party supports pedophilia and sex trafficking.
And so what are they doing with these children?
They are sacrificing our children. They are torturing our children from the adrenochrome. They are using our children just as bait as a whole.
And so who in the Democratic Party specifically has eaten children?
I don't know who exactly, but I know the Democratic Party supports Satan, sex trafficking, pedophilia, sacrificing our children, traumatizing them so they could get that adrenochrome so they could stay young.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I feel bad. Like, it's a common thing for QAnon believers to just kind of bond over each other online about, you know, being isolated by friends and family and how all they really have are each other. So, like, this was actually a topic that was raised at a QAnon rally by speakers Lisa and John Relsh. So, like, I guess run the clip.
I started telling people 2 weeks after Q started posting that it was President Trump.
And I would tell her, honey, quit that, because you don't know that for sure. She wouldn't stop, though.
Well, I was almost right. Q Plus is our wonderful president and our hero. I love and appreciate President Trump so much that I can't quit talking about him everywhere I go. So much so that our children got jealous and told us they couldn't talk to us anymore until Trump is out of office. Our response? We will see you in 6 years. We're going to be helping him save the world. We're going to be busy. I laugh every time he says, if you like your kids, leave them the farm. If you don't like your kids, give it to charity. Well, we love and miss ours, so we'll have to see about that.
Oof, hey?
Like, the justifications they made, like, our kids separated from us because they were jealous of Trump, and like that sounds like a fun little joke for the crowd, like haha, let's make a joke to make them laugh. But do you think they actually think like that?
I think that story probably rings true for a lot of the people who are listening in the crowd, that they've lost friends and they lost family over this nonsense. You know, like it's, and it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, that you can still see, or you still kind of hear a little bit of the sting at the end of those words, you know? you know, we love and miss ours, so we'll find out or whatever. And it's like, you know, they're trying to spin it positively or jokingly, but it's like, you know, they're probably really like sore over that, you know, and the kids are like, I can't talk to mom and dad anymore. They're just going on about this cabal of pedophile rings and whatever. I guess earlier in their speech, she was also talking about how like Michelle Obama, that she called Michael, because it's this like QAnon thing where Michelle Obama is apparently transgendered, and they just kind of use that to like rile each other up. But yeah, I don't know. It's
God forbid a woman has forearm muscles.
yeah,
Ooh, Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, this is nonsense.
Yeah.
And yeah, like, so, you know, their kids aren't talking to them. Other people are facing, you know, are sitting alone at Thanksgiving, you know, for, you know, having like Dorito sandwiches for their Thanksgiving meal. Like it's really sad. And these are very lonely people. And I think like Jessica Prim, and, you know, and like she's very alone too.
Yeah.
You know, like all these are just very lonely people who are reaching out and just fueling each other behind this.
Yeah. And like, I don't think you have to like drag people off to some compound somewhere for it to be like a cult like thing. Like in these people's individual homes, they're being encouraged to separate themselves from family. Like, they're being isolated just like any other cult member might, just because there's not a compound where they all collect at, you know?
Yeah, they just collect online in their basements or in their dens or their garages or their home offices or wherever, and just, you know, feed off each other, and they build this community around themselves, in lieu of like actual community and family, you know, that they actually had, you know. And
this is so much like the incel thing. It's creepy.
Yeah. So another QAnon believer, Sarah Ruth Ashcraft, went another route. In a December 4th, 2017 tweet, she says, quote, "Everyone loves Tom Hanks. I can't stand him after what he did to me. He's worried about @Donald Trump, or real Donald Trump, for good reason. He knows that Trump is going after pedophiles." And then in a follow-up tweet, she says, "I haven't specifically reported on Tom Hanks. I don't have the entire memory reconstructed yet, but I have reported my family to the FBI 3 times, to several police, and I even wrote the White House. Nothing yet. I'm keeping faith it was escalated to the right people. #faith, #patience." She basically claims that she was being trafficked as a child. In a July 23rd, 2018 tweet, she says that Hanks purchased her when she was 13. She accused Hanks of mind control, and she also says that when she was 8, she encountered Hillary Clinton at a, quote, "occult tribal abuse event."
Occult tribal abuse event. So this is one of those like, just like, this is one of the things they imagine in their Q conspiracies, like Democrats meeting like the woods or in some hushed room somewhere and like, you know, sacrificing kids for some like ceremony. Like, it rings exactly like that.
My name is Sarah Ruth Ashcraft. I'm making another video. For those of you who have been following Q or who have been paying attention to the things I've been saying about high-bite tactics, specifically mind control and manipulation of the goodwill of people and the predictable psychological responses to trauma. This is the primary form of mind control that these people use. It's severe with their own children. They start at birth. They use that trauma on an individual to make basically a robot that they can control. Human beings who haven't been through that kind of traumatic upbringing are still susceptible to the same kinds of tactics. It's just, you know, based on groupthink and social psychology and fear. And so really, one thing that I'm seeing, that let's all not lose the big picture on this, and that is that fear is a liar. People who use fear to induce behavior are actually using mind control. If they have to make you afraid of something to get you to do something you otherwise wouldn't do, Recognize that someone is creating the thing for you to be afraid of so that you will do the thing they want you to do. Without them wanting you to do that thing, the thing you're afraid of wouldn't exist. This is called Hegelian dialectic in a certain way, where you would be fine, but for these people. They want to take your guns. You're fine, you're living your life, you have your guns, you're fine. They stage a terrorist attack to create a narrative to take our guns. They get people to be afraid that they're going to be shot because people own guns? No, because people stage terrorist attacks to create narratives to take your guns. As long as we're talking about taking guns, we're not talking about the issue, we're not going to solve the issue, it's not going to get better.
Another one in Texas, 30-year-old Cecilia Fulbright chased down 2 vehicles, ramming one several times because she believed that there was a pedophile inside who had kidnapped a girl. She eventually got hung up on a cement pylon. The officers attended found her, quote, crying hysterically, end quote, in her car and yelling that the other driver was, quote, a pedophile and had kidnapped a girl for human trafficking, end quote. She actually thought this and admitted to what happened. According to an affidavit that was filed, her version of events, quote, did not match the timeline or any facts or evidence, end quote. So Fulbright is a known QAnon believer and active on several QAnon right-wing web pages. And when they did a breath sample of her that night, they found she was over twice the legal limit.
Jesus.
So she's drunk and trying to hunt down pedophiles with her car and ended up hung up on a cement pylon. And yeah, I guess as one does, I suppose.
Because she was trying to ram a guy in a van that she thought was a pedophile.
Well, she actually chased down 2 vehicles.
She was very busy that night.
Yeah, busy that night hunting pedophiles with her car. Then there is Austin Steinbart. He is Q, or rather he claims to be Q. He claims to be him from the future as Q, who traveled back in time to talk to himself and leave him clues.
Like you do.
Like you do. Some of the Q community have ridiculed him. So, I mean, elite pedophile rings, definitely a thing,
Clearly,
run by the
yeah.
Democrats, definitely believable that Trump is going to, take them out.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Subterranean mole colonies.
Exactly. That's all possible, but fuck, they draw the line at time travel.
Yep. That's the line.
Yeah. However, others in the Q community have embraced him and have actually given him the title of Baby Q.
Oh no.
Baby Q. I hate it.
Baby Q.
Don't like this.
Baby Q. Oh, that's a jam.
Yeah, as an aside, the Daily Beast reports that he was arrested and found to be in possession of a plastic penis.
Oh.
I don't know, that was just something I found when I was looking at this Steinbart fellow.
I'm sure he had plans for his time off as well.
Yeah.
My name is Austin Steinbart. I'm a 29-year-old DIA agent from Chandler, Arizona. If you've watched any of my other videos, you'll see that I've been having a pretty wild time out here in Westworld working on this QAnon project. QAnon is a military intelligence operation, the first of its kind. One that uses space-age quantum technology to post messages from the future to internet forums in the present. It's kind of like that movie The Frequency with Dennis Quaid, except with a quantum computer. The main characters in this story are President Trump, Admiral Rogers, General Flynn, the DIA, myself, and Q+, the future commander of the Future Space Force, augmenting himself with time-warping artificial intelligence, and running point on this whole thing. Messages on the board serve several purposes. The first one is providing the public with a behind-the-curtains look at a live spy operation that is currently in progress. The second is to give me, personally, Baby Q, hints as I complete this little nightmare scavenger hunt from hell that I've been on. Over the course of this mission, I've infiltrated hotels, data centers, top-secret document warehouses, and military bases. So some of the gobbledygook posted on those boards are actually direct messages to me personally containing hints for things I happen to be dealing with at a given time. Kind of like a giant live-action escape room sort of a deal if you've ever been to one of those things. I was forced to do this, as far as I'm aware, for a couple reasons. The main one being my natural-born proximity to some of the top goons in the Royal Death Racket. As far as I'm aware, I was recruited to the Defense Intelligence Agency after recognizing that a major immigration protest happening outside my high school in 2006 was actually an intelligence operation. My first mission for the Defense Intelligence Agency was at age 17 when I used Christian missionary work as cover to get into Cuba and to gather intel on some deals they were making with the Chinese at the time. While in Cuba, I made friends with a young IT guy that worked closely with the man who is now Cuba's president. Someone I keep in touch with to this very day. So we will definitely be squashing the beef with them once all this is over. Like every other covert operation, this one has been financed primarily with gangbanging and drug dealing. Surprise! Just fun drugs though, like weed and molly. Not life-ruining poison like meth and heroin. And absolutely no human trafficking, of course. Kind of mortifying that they are making me tell you that part, but I guess the public needs to know how this actually works if we're ever going to be able to change it. So hopefully you guys won't hold it against me. Over the course of this mission, as you might imagine, I've done all kinds of crazy shit and met all kinds of crazy people. I've been jumped, robbed, kidnapped, and even poisoned. My nose is still crooked from getting my face bashed in one time. I smuggled lots of drugs across international borders. I've had guns pointed in my face several times on both sides of the border by both sicarios and federal police. And I've had several attempts made on my life, some of which were very close calls, including a couple where the DIA had to step in and save me, even though they technically aren't supposed to be helping. We've had quite the little Truman Show going on out here in Arizona, haven't we, Spookies? It's been quite a surreal experience. Almost like my life got turned into a giant game of Grand Theft Auto.
So meanwhile in Colorado, a woman named Cynthia Abzug was accused of plotting to kidnap a child. Now, this seems like something the Q community would rally around to stop. I mean, child kidnapping.
Yeah, it's bad.
You would fight that. You would oppose it. You would try to prevent it. You would intervene. You'd call the police. You'd call the White House. You'd whatever. You'd do anything in your power to stop this child from being kidnapped.
Right.
Except for when it's one of your own QAnon believers.
No.
So Abzug, along with others in the QAnon community, had plotted to kidnap Abzug's son from foster care.
Oh, no.
Her son had been put in foster care in January of 2019 after she was found to have been lying about his health problems. So it's suspected that, it was the Munchausen syndrome by proxy, which is basically a psychological disorder where a caregiver will fabricate a child's illness or whoever they're in care of, just, sort of to get a reaction from people that they need, or to get sympathy or attention or whatever that they feel they need. If you make up an illness of someone you're trying to care for, then people will feel sympathetic to you, and that's kind of what they're
Gypsy Rose episode
they're interested in. Exactly. She has also lost custody of her daughter in the fall of 2019 after her daughter had told a therapist that her mother was working with QAnon supporters to kidnap her brother from foster care. They took Cynthia's son away, but I guess the daughter, being a teenager, was able to be there.
Right.
But then they took the teenager away after the teenager had spoke to a therapist about her mother's plan to kidnap the child from foster care. The bulk of the evidence on this case has come from her daughter, who said that she has, quote, that she has learned to, quote, tune out her mother. The daughter had also told police that her brother's foster family has been portrayed as, quote, evil Satan worshippers, quote, and pedophiles.
Oh, no.
She also said that two men would come to their house to provide security as kidnapping discussions were going on.
Yikes.
So she was organizing to kidnap her son back from foster care, and the QAnon community rallied behind her. And people would come to her house to stand watch while they were plotting this kidnapping.
That's very sad.
So, I mean, kidnapping is okay when they do it.
Yeah. But only when they do it.
But only when they do that. But I mean, like, imagine being like this teenage girl who's like living through this, going through this, and
like,
being
what the fuck is happening?
being like, what the fuck, mom? Like, please step away from the computer. Like, you're just getting hard red pilled on this.
Yeah. It's insane.
Yes.
And like, if you truly believed to the bottom of your heart that the government was hiding like this pedophile cabal and celebrities and Democrats and like liberals were like working for it. Like you might be motivated to act as well, but like these people don't seem to have any ability or interest to check if that's actually what's happening.
Exactly.
It seems like they get that like initial like holy fuck, like this is the thing that's happening, and then they just like put on their blinders and charge forward.
Yeah.
And like parts of Q like support that, like the stick to the, what is it? Stick to the plan. What is that one?
Yeah, trust the plan.
Trust the plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they trust that like as long as they keep on listening to Q, like as long as they keep on trusting Trump, this will all be uncovered. This will all be worth it in the end. I'll prove to everybody that I'm right. Like all that shit.
Yeah, and it's just really fucked up. And
It's very sad.
You know, there's also celebrities who are in on this whole QAnon thing too.
Clearly.
Roseanne Barr, for example, she has some tweets about Q. We had shared them on our Twitter page actually after the last QAnon episodes had come out. James Woods said that he was, quote, holding back his thoughts on Q, and then also posted a tweet, quote, ridiculing Michelle Obama as transgender. Which
that's
is
super funny.
Which is a transgental belief, I guess, of a tangential belief of some of the QAnon folks is that Michelle Obama is transgender, as I had said previously.
No.
And basically, he said that doing that was ludicrous and false and counterproductive towards the Q. And then he says, more importantly, it arose legitimate attacks on her loathsome past embrace of Harvey Weinstein, Bill Clinton, and other Democrat rapists and child sex traffickers.
Ugh.
So it's kind of like mixing that whole Weinstein thing with Clintons, and I mean, Clintons are gross and wrong themselves.
Yeah, like they
but
definitely
I mean,
suck.
it's not part of a big conspiracy that Clintons are just gross and wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
Premise A, Democratic pedophiles exist. Premise B, Democratic pedophiles existing means that QAnon exists.
Yeah.
Like, big leap, buddy.
It's like the connection's not there. It's I guess on that note, I guess Ice-T had also posted a tweet that featured a Q which was on fire in the background with the text, never interfere with an enemy while he's in the process of destroying himself.
Ooh.
With the comment, quote, let the haters dig their own graves. When it was pointed out that the flaming Q is associated with QAnon, Ice-T responded, quote, I have no idea what that is. I just like the quote. And then in another tweet, he called QAnon, quote, sci-fi shit. Sci-fi being spelled S-I-F-I as opposed to S-C-I-F-I, which is normally how people would spell sci-fi. So he didn't even spell sci-fi correctly.
He means well.
He means well, but it's, yeah. And then says, quote, you take Twitter way, in capital letters, too serious.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I assume Ice-T on this is on the side of reason and not actually a QAnon follower, despite having, pushed or, I guess, retweeted some of their stuff.
But it goes to show how easy something like hashtag save the children or any other their quick little quippy sayings can be picked up by the average celebrity and passed to millions of people.
Even regular people. I have like a friend on my Facebook that I used to work with, and she's pretty heavy into the hashtag save our children stuff. And I don't think that she even understands the depths to which that goes. I think she just like legitimately is like, stop people from raping kids.
Well, and that's kind of the thing with those, like, there was like worldwide Save the Children's rallies.
Yeah.
And like the media reported that, but very few had actually like dug any deeper than the hashtag.
Right.
Which is kind of, unfortunate because, I mean, you don't have to scratch too hard to find that this is just like a QAnon dog whistle kind of thing,
All the George Soros and the whole...
And the triple parentheses and everything else that they do.
All the anti-Semitism bullshit.
It's super irresponsible. Like it's like the media saying, "Oh yeah, we support these historical inaccuracy like protests," when it turns out the protests were like Holocaust denial protests.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A trending social media hashtag came to life today in downtown Mobile. A walk for the hashtag Save the Children movement was filled with advocates to end human trafficking and abuse of children. Gabby Easterwood was at today's march, and she is joining us now with the latest. Hey, Gabby.
Well, Amber, they started this march here at Government Plaza and marched all the way down to the Mardi Gras Park just down the road here, all of them chanting and holding signs for the Save the Children movement. Now, they had a great turnout for the event today, too, with dozens of people coming out to be a part of it. Now, the Save the Children movement focuses on the trafficking of children, but also those that are abused and stripped of their childhood. There were actually children here today at this event, too, speaking up for kids just like them. Now, plenty of chants broke out, too, like Save Our Children, Kids Are Not for Sale, and more. Now, we got the chance to speak with those who came today, and they feel awareness is important, and they were not shy of passion.
Our kids are being preyed upon. And, you know, as parents, it's our job to make sure that our children are protected and do what we have to do.
I have 3 children of my own, and if anything ever happened to them, that would be just the most horrible thing that would ever happen. And so I just feel like we need to raise awareness about this problem and help each other.
Now, today's march wasn't just happening here in Mobile, but over in Foley and in cities across the world. Of course, all of those representing this Save the Children movement. I'm going to have more on this story tonight at 10. Reporting live in downtown Mobile, I'm Gabby Easterwood, WKRG News 5.
The list of other celebrities, we have of note Isaac Cappy.
Obviously not of note, because I don't know who he is.
He's not a big name, but he's still, I think, worth mentioning. He played a pet store clerk in the 2011 movie Thor.
I need a horse.
We don't have horses, just dogs, cats, birds.
Hey, give me one of those large enough to ride.
Hey, you still need a lift?
He also played a rowdy prisoner in the first episode of the second season of Breaking Bad.
I love that show.
Yeah, so I mean, he wasn't big name,
but he's been in a bunch of stuff.
But he's been in a couple of different things, and
he's a recognizable face. Maybe
perhaps a recognizable face.
Maybe he has a couple million followers on the gram. You know.
Yeah. So anyway, he has also guested on InfoWars. Oh, there we go. It's up on the screen.
Oh,
here.
I remember reading about this guy, Kaya.
Yeah, so
I remember his face.
Cappy had posted videos online accusing Seth Green and his wife of being pedophiles. Now, this is kind of the sad part about Cappy's story. In 2019, he climbed on a bridge in Belmont, Arizona. It was the Trans-Western Road Bridge, which runs over the Interstate 40. And then he jumped and was struck by a pickup truck. Passers-by tried to restrain him before he jumped, but were unsuccessful. Prior to this, he posted on Instagram in a letter where he offered his apologies to Jesus, Donald Trump, and the Q movement, apologizing for bringing shame to, quote, the greatest military operation of all time, referring to the whole QAnon narrative. And again, like Jessica Prim, who I'm falling back to here, Cappy, another person who was ill and in distress. And when they reached out, conspiracy is what embraced them.
Right. That's where they found their community.
That's where they found their community. And yeah, so he died by suicide and, wrapped up in this conspiracy.
Because that was the only community that would accept him.
That was the community.
That's very sad.
I've spent the last 3 years enmeshed in finding the darkness in the world and uncovering the darkness in the world, but not enough time uncovering the darkness within me. And the dog said too, I made a really stupid, cynical, petty, stupid decision this week. And I did it in the blink of an eye. And with as much time as I've spent trying to mitigate risk, and there were a lot of people that I kept out of my life, that I wanted in my life, but I didn't want to bring harm to them because of all the Illuminati shit. And this struggle against darkness. The struggle against darkness consumed me. It consumed me. Yeah, I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. I let the darkness consume me. And I didn't spend enough time nurturing the light and love within me. Thank you. I let down some really great people, and it was my desire to serve these people, but that desire was not born out of a love that is pure. Don't get me wrong. Children deserve to live in a world where they are treated well. I was not treated well. Jesus came from heaven to earth to die for our sins. Yeah, he did. And I have done a disservice to God. I've done a disservice to America. I've done a disservice to a lot of people. And honestly, I don't expect anyone will ever... Did I hurt a child? No, I didn't hurt a child. No, I didn't do that. I spent a lot of time avoiding the really big evil stuff, right? The big evil stuff is easy. It's easy to avoid, right? We know that hurting children is hard. We know that killing people is... Did I screw someone over? Yeah, I did. I screwed over America. I screwed over everybody, to be honest. And it happened in the blink of an eye. I didn't kill anyone, no. No, I'm not being threatened. I've been alone. I've been not nurturing myself. I've been not connecting to my heart and not connecting to good and doing what is good. I exposed a lot of bad guys, and now I'm exposing myself.
It's super ironic that this movement, what purports itself to like want to help like vulnerable people, want to rescue children, like seems to victimize and collect vulnerable people itself and like separate them from their families and like drive them to these extremes.
Well,
almost like a cult.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm sure there are QAnon believers who they themselves have been, molested or abused as children.
Had some sort of a traumatic
trauma
history. Yeah.
And have had traumatic histories. And I think a lot of them, as anyone would carry that trauma with them.
Yeah.
And then you reach out and this is what reaches back to you.
Yeah, they were dismissed by maybe mainstream folks, and this is where they were where they
struggling. You're having difficulties, and you reach out, and this is what reaches back to you.
Yeah,
and you end up with this is sort of their cry, their call out to make sense of their trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Is this.
Yeah.
Well, why did this happen to me? Well, it's because they wanted my adrenochrome, and that's why this is happening to others, and I can't let others experience this trauma. And
it's all super fucking sad.
It's a noble thing.
Yeah.
That you want to spare children trauma. You don't want anyone to relive this.
Yeah.
You don't want people to experience the feelings that you're feeling.
Right.
And it's definitely noble. Definitely, I understand and get it, but this isn't the right avenue.
Right. Well, it seems like I would say that it seems kind of predatory, but it seems like a lot of the other people that are embroiled in the whole Q thing have also been kind of sucked into that idea. So it's not predatory. I'm sure the other the other Q followers that are reaching out to these folks are genuine,
well-meaning,
well-meaning, but it just becomes like a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer, and it just kind of it gets lost, right? Like it's just good normal people who are maybe experiencing some sort of trauma or like bad shit or whatever, but the people before them have been indoctrinated into this group and they've placed meanings
to all this.
Yeah,
exactly.
Sorry for the rabble, but it's very sad. It's very sad and convoluted.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry, listeners, if maybe it got a little bit heavy.
Yeah, sorry,
on this
listeners.
Episode,
I think it's good to empathize with these people because, like if we don't empathize and understand why people join movements like this, I don't think we have a chance of like preventing them or like combating them in terms of misinformation.
A lot of lonely people reaching out, looking for community, and this is the community that takes them.
Yeah, this is a community that takes them and doesn't slap their hands away.
Exactly. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry if this got maybe a little bit heavy kind of at the end of my episode.
I'm not sorry. It's not my episode.
I don't know. I'd say reach out to your loved ones in these times. Make sure they're okay. I mean, with the pandemic, the Q activity online has grown dramatically because you've got an entire, like a class of people who used to work in offices with people and now they're isolated and now they're online 24/7 at home,
looking for a community
and at the office and reaching out. And actually, I read one study where they found that there was 4 times as many Q posts since the pandemic hit. And I mean, this is a very strange time. It's a worrying time. We've got, civil disruptions in the U.S., with regards to policing, with regards to a lot of other issues. You've got the pandemic, you've got Trump, you've got everything happening. So
lots of scary shit is happening.
Reach out, make sure people are safe.
Yeah.
Try to stop them from falling down that rabbit hole.
And if you need help, reach out to us.
Yeah, if you need help, reach out.
Yeah, my DMs on Twitter are always open. I try to respond to every single person that DMs me.
Yeah, I'm not
I love you.
Therapist or mental health expert or anything by any means, but I can say good going if you're doing good things.
We're just a bunch of fuckheads that love you.
Yeah, we love you all.
Yeah.
We read every email that comes to feedback@ovpod.ca.
Yeah.
And we'll respond to them and might even read some of them on the show too.
Exactly. Yeah. We genuinely give a shit. So if you're struggling, please reach out. Even if it's just to a bunch of Canadian fuck asses.
So today's story starts in 2004. Facebook transitioned, moving away from a site where you could compare college-aged women's pictures as, similar to Hot or Not. And it kind of pivoted towards the social media platform that we know right now and today. Young, clean-shaven Richard Bigley had a head full of hair and was setting towards a computer science degree. Cats were begging for cheeseburgers, and boomers were telling millennials to watch what they posted online, since nobody would hire us if there were pictures of us drinking publicly available. This was concerning to me, especially when friends started circulating photos of me drinking, clearly intoxicated, wearing a toga online. Yeah, so we jump ahead to January 6th, 2021. A largely boomer crowd gathers around Capitol Hill, live streaming on Facebook, Twitter, Parler, etc. their attempts for an insurrection and to install a government against the democratic will of the people. Some of them were armed with guns, bombs, knives, flags, American flag, Gadsden flag, Confederate flag, or other flags. The FBI currently working through terabytes of posts, video, and photos from that day, piecing together the event, and I guess nobody will hire them now. Now, analysis from this day is still coming in, and I think it would be a good episode in and of itself. So this episode isn't about this event, but rather the participants and supporters, how we got here, the warnings, and perhaps most importantly, how the fuck do we get away from here?
As America watched President Biden take the oath of office, QAnon followers were waiting for the Great Awakening. Many of them believe that the inauguration was a carefully planned setup where Democrats would be arrested and Donald Trump would start a second term in office. NBC News tech reporter Ben Collins joining me now. Ben, I know you were plugged in to these QAnon chat rooms throughout the day yesterday. Could you just tell us what that was like?
Yeah, it was one of the wildest
I guess, real-time showings of betrayal and disappointment I've ever seen in my life. These people were truly, they firmly believed that all of their political enemies would be rounded up, sent to like a mock trial and executed live on television. And the opposite happened. Their enemies were sworn into office and they took power. And, watching that in real time was kind of incredible because they didn't actually plan for a day after their doomsday. Their doomsday was Inauguration Day. They had a plan from then on that, Donald Trump would basically be president in perpetuity. And, they would be proved right. Yeah. And all of their friends and family that had been laughing at them would finally see what they were seeing. But instead, they were met with incredible disappointment.
Do you have a sense that a lot of these followers are moving on today after that? Or are they still holding out hope that the inauguration wasn't real or that something else is going to happen to change this situation?
Allison, that's a really good example of that quote of what QAnon is about. It's this fever dream that's like almost childlike. If you get rid of the blood and guts and the really disgusting stuff that is at the heart of it, it's this childlike idea that everything's going to be fixed in 24 hours. Just one day, something will come through and it'll make your life, which has been hard, perfectly fine. There's no pandemic anymore. All this stuff, they don't believe in a shared reality where bad things can happen. So, a lot of these people are committed to mysticism. They're committed to magical thinking. So they have pushed, they pushed the goalpost back even further, which seems impossible, but that's what they're saying is that now it's someday in March where this is happening. But the real worry is that some of them are now being recruited by white nationalists and neo-Nazis who are willing to let these people in because, polite society was not willing to let these people in yesterday. They wanted to laugh at them and mock them, which seems like a very reasonable and human response. But the people who weren't laughing at them were very bad people who were about to, grow their ranks by seizing on that disappointment.
Do you expect that these conspiracies will continue to grow, that they might find something else to replace this inauguration prophecy since it didn't happen, or that they might peter out?
My guess is that QAnon, based on Q's posts, the idea that there's this government insider who's secretly working for Donald Trump to take away this satanic cabal, my guess is that basically goes away. But the infrastructure they built as an information ecosystem of pushing people lies and false narratives through these alternative platforms, that will maintain. That's what happened with that Dominion conspiracy theory. That was a QAnon thing. The reason that got so big is because all of those QAnon influencers moved from QAnon to Dominion, and they all pushed the same talking points. That will happen again. There will be new lies for them to push for profit. But, hopefully it won't be quite as dark, quite as militant, and hopefully it won't lead to an insurrection again.
So this episode is like a forced sequel, like how Disney saw the success of Star Wars and cranked out a bunch of sequels that weren't even part of the story, or like seeing the success of Aladdin or Little Mermaid or even Pocahontas, and they felt the need to make a part 2 for their story.
Made a part 2 of Pocahontas?
Yeah, there's a Pocahontas 2.
What?
Yeah, I learned that doing research for this episode. So this
does she get more colonialized?
Yeah, she goes back to wherever and gets married into whatever colonial family. It seems super whitewashed. That's coming from a white guy, though. So.
In the real story, she dies. She gets kidnapped and then dies, and she's like 14. I did a whole research paper on this. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, so I envisioned my QAnon episode and the people of QAnon episode, and that was to be it. But with the recent events and riding on the success of the previous 2 episodes, I threw together this episode, QAnon 3: Escape from QAnon. So.
Okay, you didn't throw it together. You meticulously and carefully researched it.
Yeah, if that gets more Patreon money, definitely it was meticulously researched. Yes.
Oh, everything you do is careful, and don't give me that.
Yes, Mr. 8,500 page document. You put in the hours, man.
Also, go fuck yourself, Richard.
Yeah, go fuck you.
Go fuck you.
Love
it.
So of the January 6th insurrectionists, we had a large QAnon presence. Photos will show Q flags, Q shirts, etc. The shirtless man with all these Norse white supremacist tattoos and horns, known as the QAnon shaman, has been to QAnon rallies all over the U.S. So these people consumed by conspiracies of absolute good and evil, Donald Trump saving children from Democrat and Hollywood elite pedophiles seeking adrenochrome, stolen elections, COVID-19 hoaxes, the deep state, 5G, flat earth, hollow earth, reptoids, aliens, and whatever else they came up with. These folks known as QAnon have taken hold of this, of the public discourse, and like, fuck, seriously, guys, it hadn't even been 2 months since my People of QAnon episode 134A, warning of like the impending radicalization and violence of these people. And yeah, then they go and storm the Capitol.
But the anger and the tension felt more intense. Congress was about to confirm Joe Biden's presidency, and most here were convinced it was a fraud.
Do you think people are angry today?
Absolutely, people are angry, and you can feel it. You can feel the rage, the madness.
Before Trump's speech was even finished, many were already making their way to the Capitol.
Stop protecting tyrants! Stand down!
And as more protesters arrived, the mood darkened.
We're here at the Capitol steps right after the Trump speech was finished. People started filing over here and started pressing against the Capitol. Police are spraying mace and pushing the lines back so people can get through. We're going to move forward.
USA! 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 Come on!
But as we pushed up,
Who's on the media? Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
they tried to smash our camera.
Who you with? Who? Who's your covering? Is it CNN? Better not be CNN.
Police started throwing flashbang grenades and spraying mace. As the crowd pushed up, one man flashed his handgun at a group of journalists. The cops weren't prepared. They had to take turns with the masks to protect from their own tear gas. The defense lines quickly fell apart. Soon after, the mob was rampaging through the halls of the Capitol.
Yeah, it was a little haunting. Like I re-listened to a couple of their QAnon episodes just as a lead up to like editing the second one and the insurrection one, and you said some things that were haunting.
Fuck yeah, I'm a prophet.
Bar.
You're your own Q drop.
I am my own Q drop. I'm probably more accurate than the real Q.
Oh, most
Stradamus.
definitely. If you've gotten two things right, you're probably.
We should like I don't know. We could do like R-anon or OV-anon or something. I don't know. And then they just
like
follow
Avanon.
whatever I say. Avanon, yeah, and they just follow whatever we
Avanon.
say. How about that?
Okay, we can put a page on the website for that. This is our Ovpod prediction.
Ovpod.
I like that too. It's a good one.
Compositor or not.
Well, listener, if you still don't know what the hell QAnon is, go check out case 128 for a good summary. So anyway, QAnon right now is in crisis. Now, for like a group that should be used to prophecy not coming true by now, these are nevertheless exceptional times for them. So November 3rd, Trump lost. So they set a new deadline. The rulings on a bunch of the election fraud court cases. And then when those didn't go, then it's like, well, it'll be the Electoral College vote is when the whole QAnon thing will take shape and the Great Awakening will happen. And then the Electoral College vote happened. And then they're like, well, okay, it'll be at the inauguration. They're going to arrest Biden and all the Democrats. And well, anyway, the inauguration happened again. And all these dates passed. There were military tribunals, no mass arrests of Democrats. Trump has not been reinstated. Their new date is actually March 4th. But I'm sure it too will likely pass. They think that March 4th is when Trump is going to be inaugurated as the 19th president of the United States. Yeah.
And this episode is due to drop on March 4th. So if you're listening to this on March 4th, let's check who's president. Let's see.
Let's see who's president on March 4th or March 5th. Yeah. They're saying March 4th is their new date when all this is going to happen. But yeah, like I said, you keep pushing those goalposts and, it is what it is, I suppose.
Also, fun fact, March 3rd is Valhalla's birthday.
Ah,
cool. Praise be to Val.
Mm-hmm.
Praise be to Val.
How are you going to feel when Biden is inaugurated at noon today?
You're going to ask me that. I don't believe... this sounds so crazy, and I recognize how crazy this sounds, but I don't believe Joe Biden is going to be sworn in as president today.
I mean, the martial law thing is the sort of baseless conspiracy theory, no?
Well, everybody wants to tag facts as conspiracy theory, so it's just a way of discounting facts.
But if he doesn't declare martial law, would that prove to you that by this time tomorrow that it was a conspiracy theory?
No, if he doesn't declare martial law, then I will feel like my vote no longer counts in the United States, and that's not a good thing. Joe Biden was just sworn in about 15 minutes ago.
So I met you right here.
Here in the dark last night.
Last night, it was about 3 a.m. You were out here streaming live on YouTube. Do you feel like you've been duped, that you've been tricked, that you've been fooled in some way here?
Actually, no. The way I felt was when I saw, I was waiting up until a minute that he said, "I, Joe Biden." Like when I'm watching him walk up, I'm thinking to myself, my life's about to completely change because I've been saying I'm either a conspiracy theorist or I'm a prophet. Kind of like it's kind of Christian humor. I'm not a prophet, but I was just kind of in shock, and I thought I had to reevaluate everything, the way my life was going to be now, because it's so different than my expectations. And I literally was just kind of walking around like, what now?
So yeah, basically for these QAnon folks, it wasn't supposed to be this way. And for everyone else, they might be asking, well, why does their failed prophecy even matter? And
so no one told you life was gonna be this way.
It was hard because my push to talk took one hand and I couldn't clap.
Oh no. It's okay. I clapped enough for both of us.
Fuck you.
So I've got a couple of clips here that I want to kind of insert into this episode. I can send you the clips.
Insert into your episode.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah.
So check this one out.
President Trump, if you see this, please save us.
She's so sad.
I don't even see our American flag anymore. Biden's talking with some kind of crazy flag. This is America. This is our land.
This woman is like terrified.
Please, President Trump. Please, I hope you have a plan. God, please save us. Save us from the devil, please. Y'all, I'm about to have a panic attack. This is our country. Our country. This is awful. God, please save us, please.
Yeah. And this is sort of what they're dealing with. Who else? I've got another one here. This one was recorded prior to January 6th, so it might be a little bit dated, but here's another, I guess, idea of where, MAGA and QAnon folks are at.
Because this is going to change everything. The way we live life, everything is going to change after this. There's no doubt about it. We're going into full-on civil war, and maybe even bigger than that, with all the things they're talking about with China. But are you ready to, shoot your fellow man in the street if you have to? Is that what it's going to come to over politics? It seems like it's gotten that way. I can't stand the side of a liberal, and I'm sure they feel the same about me. I just wonder if we're ready for this. I wonder if we're ready for what's really happening right now. If we're ready to get out there and fight in the middle of the street and die for what we believe. Because this is the time. All the talking you guys have been doing, all the talking we've all been doing, this is put up or shut up time now. I mean, they're storming the capital of cities, Patriots are. This isn't the liberals. They do that shit all the time. This is us. And, we're the ones with all the arms. And so it's like, if shit gets serious, it's going to get trouble. So I just wonder, are we all ready for this? Is this really what we want? And if so, be ready to die for it. I mean, that's the real truth. So,
yeah,
that escalated quickly.
Yeah, they're like I said, these people are ready for mass violence, and we saw that on the 6th, and and the fallout coming thereof. This one here is from a Florida woman. And this was after she had flown to Washington and participated in the January 6th insurrection as well.
Friends, I'm here to let you know I need a drink.
You belong to me.
Just got a call from the FBI. They want to come talk to me about my visit to D.C. on January 6th. I told them, bro, I ain't going to talk to you unless I have counsel. And being that I can't afford counsel right now, you're going to have to arrest me so I can exercise my rights to counsel. And being that you don't even know where I live and you have to ask me, I ain't talking to you either. You just spent 4 years persecuting a 3-star general with no evidence. You think I'm a fucker let you come talk to me? I'm an American. I know my fucking rights. My First Amendment right to free speech. My Second Amendment right to carry a gun. To shoot your fucking ass if you come to my house. So fuck you. Fuck you following me. I don't fucking care. I'm glad you know who I am, motherfucker.
Holy shit, the privilege.
Oh, and just as a coincidence, I read about that lady's story on Reddit this morning on an article. She's been recently
arrested.
Yeah, sorry, I stepped on your balls, man.
Yeah, they did in fact arrest her and charge her with making threats. So this is kind of the state of MAGA and QAnon. That's
real fighty.
Yeah, real fighty.
I don't want to coming across as me like condoning or forgiving these people's actions at all, but like especially with that first woman, like she seemed terrified. Like I don't know what kind of warped manipulative populism creates that, but like
and she seemed genuinely genuinely scared, like for her life and for like her family's life. Like it was very sad. It wasn't just like, oh, we're gonna fight. I love guns. Blah blah blah. She was like genuinely scared.
Well, yeah, and like these people committed evil. Like they believe bigoted things that harm other people, but like they're a totality of their circumstances as well. Like all the things that led them to become that disillusioned with reality. Like I think it's better to solve the problems that created that than. But like it's sort of terrifying seeing somebody that unhinged.
Mm-hmm.
Well, exactly. I guess that's kind of the whole point of this episode is, how do you break them from this? Because I'm sure we have listeners who have, friends and family and loved ones that have kind of fallen into this trap here. Now, I mean, before I get into it, I just want to give a bit of a disclaimer. I'm a dumbass. I have no expertise with psychiatry, psychology, cults, etc. This is all work done and reporting done by others that I've basically gathered to present to you. So, like, I'm a hack and a fraud, and I have no original thoughts of my own. So, if you try this and shit goes bad, Richard Bigley Corporation and Occulte Media hold no criminal or civil liability for your actions.
Yeah, don't take advice. Don't take advice from a podcast. Don't take legal advice. Don't take. Yeah, just don't.
Yeah, just no, don't.
Oddly enough, even though Richard Bigley is not a lawyer, he is our legal department. So,
So sue me. Basically, QAnon adherents are demoralized. They're seeking guidance. Q has only made 4 posts since the November election and hasn't actually posted since December 8th, 2020. Conservative social media safe spaces like Parler were removed from their hosting. I guess they're back now. But, various promoters were banned from more mainstream social media like Facebook and Twitter. Trump himself had his Twitter account suspended. Signal Labs had actually conducted some research, which Vox had reported on, which showed that online information about election fraud had plunged 73% the week after they suspended Trump's Twitter account. So there you go. So proceed at your own risk. Warning, live without warning. And you can insert a Green Day clip here of the song Warning, Live Without Warning.
It's a good song.
Fuck yeah.
It's a good song.
Anytime you want me to
Green Day.
drop Green Day, I'll drop Green Day. Fuck yeah.
Okay, well, future Ood, drop some Green Day in here. The Warning, Live Without Warning song. Yeah. So Ron Watkins, former administrator of 8kun, where Q makes their posts, had said he was leaving. He says, quote, "We need to keep our chins up and go back to our lives as best as we are able. We have a new president sworn in, and it is our responsibility as citizens to respect the Constitution, regardless of whether or not we agree with the specifics. As we enter into the next administration, please remember all the friends and happy memories we made together over the past few years." So, like,
as our lives change, come whatever, we will still be friends forever.
Exactly. So, like, Ron Watkins, one of the people who was actually highly suspected of being Q, was a major proponent of the election fraud conspiracy. And he's like, pack it in, boys. Respect the Constitution. Maybe the real QAnon was the friends we made along the way.
That's basic.
That's basically what he says. Hey, maybe the real QAnon is the friends we made along the way.
That's some strong cope shit there. Like, okay, we didn't accomplish anything and we weren't right, but like, hey, like we met each other. We got to be friends during our like insurrection attempt.
So, like, with a lot of the people that are perpetuating this, being unable to communicate because of various social media bans, and a lot of these people being, kind of disappointed in the results of their election and, everything else, I think now is a good time for people to speak to friends and family who've been infected with the Q brainworm. Basically talk to them.
Where do I start? So I've been thinking of calling in for quite a while, actually, just with a lot of the topics that are going on at the moment. But this one really hit home with me because I married into a very big family,
yes,
who were very, very closely knit, who live very, very close to each other, who I would have always told you for the last over a decade of my life that are absolutely lovely, lovely people.
Yeah.
And this Christmas, they're supposed to be coming to well, not all of them, but my mother-in-law and father-in-law and my sister-in-law as well.
Yeah. So within the rules.
Yeah, within the rules. However, they haven't obeyed the rules for the last 6 months, and they're part of the anti-vax QAnon. Trump supporting COVID hoax, don't wear masks.
No.
So it wouldn't matter what this government said. And I'll tell you this now.
Go on.
I've got no say in it whatsoever. And I don't agree with it. I've tried to broach it, but it just causes arguments.
Not to put too fine a point on it. If you, I mean, your wife would see it very much as you're either on side with this or you're not. There's no room for, because it's her family, and we all have a touch of my family, right or wrong, about us, but rarely is it quite as acute as yours.
Yeah, and my wife's somewhere in the middle,
right?
If you know what I mean.
I think I do. Yes.
But she loves her mum, she loves her sister, and she is. They bombard her with stuff all the time, and
the videos off their Auntie Doris's Facebook page.
Yeah, exactly, and they are, and she is more and more leaning towards that side now, and like I say, it doesn't change my love for her. It just makes things.
Nothing's going to change your love for her.
Yeah.
That was a Rick Astley reference, which wasn't really fair on you. And you're laying out, you're bearing your soul like this, and the Wazzick on the other end of the phone line's just quoted Rick Astley at you. That's not what you wanted at all, is it? But come on, it pops into my head sometimes, and it's got to go somewhere. Do you follow? Are you on Twitter?
I am, yes.
Do you follow Mariana Spring at the BBC?
I don't. I really don't, but I will.
Get onto her, because she's, I think, either the world's first or certainly the country's first genuine disinformation correspondent, and she is doing the work of the angels, and she directly addresses people like your mother-in-law, or at least directly addresses what they bring into families like yours, and will give you. It may be too late for them, but it might give you some tools to tempt your wife back to the force rather than the dark side, I think.
I'll definitely look into that then.
And good luck, because your choice is either have Christmas in the Petri dish or have Christmas in the shed.
Yeah, pretty much.
At least you'll have Rick Astley to keep you company over the festive period.
And my mum's in Tenerife, so I can't even go there.
You can't even flee to the is it the Canaries? It is the Canaries, isn't it? Daniel, you look after yourself, mate. Take care, and I do apologise for that.
So Antidote founder, Diane Ben-Scotter, who founded an organization to support people who've lost family to cults, basically says you shouldn't argue with them on messaging. Basically, it causes people to become defensive and dig into their belief. She was a former member of the Unification Church, also known as the Moonies, flashback to
back to
6.
Yeah, it's like one of the very first ones.
So basically, QAnon roots its fiction into the minds of vulnerable people. New York Times had reported on a Lenka Perron. I guess she was an insurance inspector and a mother of 3. She was drawn into QAnon after feeling that the Democrats had betrayed her. She was from a working class family in Detroit and saw them, basically came to the decision that Democrats betrayed the working class, and I'm sure she's absolutely correct in that regard. However, the conclusion was incorrect. Basically, she saw a loss of union jobs after NAFTA had been brought in. Bernie Sanders had kind of fired her up again about the Democrats, and then basically when he was beat out of the primary in 2016, she basically felt the establishment conspired to stop him. And then she had learned of the Podesta emails, which kind of led into the whole Pizzagate thing, and then from there it kind of got brought into QAnon. So she says, we were joining forces to finally clean house, to finally find something to explain why we were suffering. So, she's seeing all this suffering, and to her, QAnon was this way out of it. As QAnon had evolved, friends basically tried to present this information to her, and she says, facts are not facts anymore. And then when they would bring up facts, it would just cement her belief in QAnon even further.
Yikes. I just said yikes.
So basically, she would find herself trying to reconcile what she was being told in her social media circles with what she was observing in real life. She was talking to a friend one day and started talking to them about pedophiles and the highest levels of government. And then she kind of got a little glimpse of reality. And, she says, I felt a part of her, meaning her friend, saying, this is not the friend I recognize. And I guess she had never said it in those words, but it was a sense that I had. Was what she had said. And basically now she volunteers as a life coach, kind of working with people who also became obsessed with QAnon. One person she had worked with had actually lost his marriage over it. He would fall asleep at work after staying up all night, just consuming QAnon posts and like discussions and all that stuff that, that came with that.
And it's a deep well. Like, there's a lot of QAnon videos that are still on YouTube after the QAnon ban. They've gotten more clever with relabeling them. But when you go to like non-YouTube sites like BitChute or just like download sites where you can download these giant conspiracies, they're just hours and hours worth of videos to consume.
So the QAnon follower in your life may have actually hurt you through their beliefs. However, at this point, if you're trying to break them of this, they do need empathy. According to Ziv Cohen, who's a clinical assistant professor of psychiatry, for them it's a real crisis to think about how this happened to them and how did they go in so deep and so far. These QAnon believers are now reassessing their relationships. They're reassessing whether they can trust their own mind, their own thoughts. So it's quite a journey they have to take now. So if you may have a QAnon believer who may reach out to you, and if they do, that's a good thing. It means that they're regaining thoughts and their identity. And if that happens, you should try to maintain that relationship with them. And I'm sure it'll be a lot of work, but that's really what they need. According to Cohen, breaking them of QAnon is secondary. That's your secondary goal. It's not your primary goal. The primary goal should be to build that relationship with them. Once you build that relationship, then kind of pulling them from QAnon will kind of come about in its own way. You don't have to try to debate them or debunk them. Cohen states that trying to present them with facts will just turn them off, and like the previous person said, it'll just make you dig in deeper.
It's that classic old conspiracy mindset. Like, when they're confronted with anything that proves the conspiracy wrong, they just believe that it's a deeper level trying to conceal the truth,
Exactly. I guess, going back, to Diane Benscotter, she had told the Rolling Stone, quote, "To try and make rational arguments is not going to work because they are not going to think rationally." And this is very true. Right now we are in an epistemological crisis. I guess basically in normal debates, two people would look at the same facts, agree on the facts, and then draw different conclusions and then debate on that basis. It'd be like if I drew a 6, or if there was a figure of a 6 on the wall, and I said, that is a 6. And Ood Gallifrey looks at that and says, well, no, that looks like a 9. And then we kind of debate on the merits of that. But in these current days, facts are, well, they're like points in whose line is it anyway, where the facts are made up and just don't matter. The fundamental facts that are observable and testable truths are basically still not even accepted. So it would be like this figure of a 6 on the wall. And Ood says, there is no figure on the wall at all. And, you can't even debate that at that point, because so don't even try is basically what you're saying. Don't try to be rational, just try to build that relationship with them first, because it's just not going to work. It's just going to dig them in even further. Who wants another video?
Me.
You want another video? Okay.
I do.
Where do we go? How do I get this working?
Where do we go, my lovely?
Here we go. Here's a clip that we can kind of put in here.
What made you believe such crazy nonsense?
I know it sounds crazy. And so let me try to think of how I would explain this. So when you start getting information from these groups, again, I had no idea in the first place that it was QAnon. It starts with something small. So child trafficking is real. sex trafficking is real and it's a real problem. So when I got just the little bit of information that, you know, the government is doing bad things with these children, it wasn't starting off like these celebrities are drinking these kids' blood. And I was like, yep, I'm going to believe that. It didn't start that way. It was really small. And, you know, it piques your interest because as a mom, I want to protect my kid. I want to know everything. And so I started diving in deeper. I started asking people that I trusted about this information. They would send me more information, and it snowballed. It just built bigger and bigger. And so eventually you get that huge, crazy theory, and you believe it, but it didn't start that way.
Now, Ashley, you have a 4-year-old daughter. How did your time as a QAnon supporter affect your relationship with her?
I think that it made me emotionally unavailable to a point with her. And I'm going to try not to cry.
Oh, this is kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking.
I mean, she was always taken care of. You know, I'd pick her up from school and I'd bring her home and make her dinner, bath her, put her to bed. But we didn't play that much. I wasn't cuddling with her and giving her, I think, the emotional attention that she needed. Because I was too wrapped up worrying about everything. I stayed glued to my phone in these Telegram chats and watching these Facebook videos, and I just had so much going on that I feel like I couldn't be there for her the way that she needed me to be.
Yeah.
That's very upsetting.
Yeah, like it's a bunch of goofy shit. Like, oh, these liberals are drinking like children's blood so they can regain their vitality. But like, once you see the other end of it, just like this mother, like tear-breakingly admitting that she emotionally neglected her daughter because she like got wrapped up in this. Christ.
Well,
and it's so easy to see how she got wrapped up in it. Cause like, yeah, when I saw like the Save Our Children, I was like, oh yeah, like I'm a mom. I don't want my kid to be sex trafficked. It's only when you kind of look a little bit deeper that you realize that it is this conspiracy theory crap. But on the surface, yeah, like sex trafficking equals bad. That's super reasonable. And it would be really easy to kind of fall down that slope if you weren't careful.
Well, and that's it, Hayes. They use some like cause, you know, some righteous and good cause to try to bring people in. And that's what those Save Our Children rallies were about, was sort of like a soft QAnon recruitment thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so I guess despite their kind of detachment from reality, we shouldn't mock or ridicule them. Don't debate them. You know, this is basically what you're trying to do is de-radicalize humans. You're not running like a high school debate club. So, right. You know, basically, you know, the important just underlying thing is to just keep building a relationship with a QAnon person. According to Diane Ben-Scotter, however, you can try to throw rocks in it, meaning like QAnon, and try to make some cracks. So like, for example, she says, without arguing, you know, ask the person to consider the possibility that, you know, Q isn't who they claim to be. You know, however, just understand that if you do engage in an argument with them, that they will only dig in their heels, and that could make things worse. She suggests that these conversations should be approached, you know, with an appeal to like the higher person. You know, for example, you know, you say, I know you care so much about these, you know, because you're such a good person and you have a good heart, but, you know, consider the possibility that you are being lied to, you know, or it would be a shame if you put all this good and sincere energy into something that turns out to be a lie, you know, and if you aren't immediately argued back on that case, boom, you know, you just kind of put a little bit of a crack in their beliefs, you know.
Kind of very light, like a very light touch, like almost like Socratic method-ish, like.
Yeah, and just appeal to that. In psychology today, Robert J. Kramer suggests that you bring the conspiracy maybe a little bit closer to home at that point. For example, if the QAnon in your life is going off about hydroxychloroquine, about the COVID as a cure for COVID-19, you might want to ask them, would you trust a doctor to give this to your partner? And, just see what they say. Would they trust a doctor to give them hydroxychloroquine? And, what's also notable is that when Trump had COVID-19 and was being treated, his treatment didn't actually include that. So, so it's like, well, if they have all this belief in this as a cure for COVID-19, would you trust the doctor? Why didn't the doctors give that to Trump? That sort of thing. Or I guess in the case of the voter fraud, I'm sure one could ask Marjorie Taylor Greene, if the presidential ballot is fraudulent, does that mean her votes are also fraudulent, given that Trump and her were both voted on literally on the same piece of paper?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, just spitballing here.
Just asking questions.
Just asking questions.
She's kind of arguing out of both sides of her mouth there.
Yeah, exactly. You don't trust the presidential vote, but every other vote on that same piece of paper is correct. Yeah, okay. I'm sure it is. So, another thing is, maybe ask them, what do you get out of this belief? There has to be something in it for them to keep holding on to it. Therapist Ratchin Bernstein tells Cosmopolitan to, use their logic against them. What are the quantifiable ways that QAnon has helped the alleged victims of child trafficking? Are less children being trafficked as a result of QAnon? Do you have statistics on this? I mean, the answer is naturally no, but it's like, what do you have? How does this improve your life? What do you get out of it?
Yeah, are they getting some type of like righteous self-satisfaction, or are they getting a community from the people at Q around them? Like what's keeping them involved? Yeah.
Are you getting support? Are you being supported by this community? Can we support you? Is there a way we can support you some other way? Something a little more healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If this is sounding like cult deprogramming, that's because it is.
Yeah. Steve Hassan is a licensed medical mental health professional and an expert in cults, and he kind of recommends working on the trust building and the relationship, like every other professional I've mentioned in this episode. Like, it's just the stress. It's just like build that relationship. His recommendation is to maybe remind them of good time before QAnon took them over. And you can also, I use this technique as well to kind of free a friend from a shitty wife. Like, for example, you'd say something like, remember that time we went to Vegas and we had so much fun? Or I guess in my case, it was like, remember that time we stayed in a shitty hostel in Winnipeg and got drunk at Moxie's, and you kind of talk to them about the days before QAnon was a barrier to your friendship. And you talk about good times and you try to, say, hey, wasn't that great? Wouldn't that be great if we could do it again?
Yeah, remember when Thanksgiving wasn't like you alone at a table with a Dorito sandwich? Remember
when we had turkey and your aunt, came over and you got to see your cousins and, like happier times before they got isolated and sucked into an online community, that was, very destructive to them. The other thing to keep in mind is you shouldn't reduce their entire personality to their political ideology. Like, basically, if you just write them off as some, NPC MAGA Wojak meme.
LT.
And we're not in, like, we've done this in the past. Like, it's very easy to make jokes about these people because some of the things they say and do are ridiculous. Like, we're not perfect either. We've fallen into this trap.
Exactly. And, part of it is that it just, kind of, if you do that, it just helps reinforce to them the idea that QAnon or MAGA is their identity. Their identity is tied to this group that you associate them with, and that just kind of pulls them back into that group even more,
That's definitely something that I know I personally need to work on. I'm really bad for just like writing people off because they have like shitty political views. Maybe it's because I'm old. Maybe it's, I don't know, but I need to examine that within myself. So thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I have to reflect on and maybe change myself. But again, I'm not necessarily trying to like, I don't know. A lot of times it's just very easy to like reflexively make fun of them,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, to work on that, we should be trying to build these relationships and not try to push these people further into a cult. Also, I would say, just go for a walk, get them off the internet. Like the something awful tagline, the internet makes you stupid. So, if this is what is fueling their beliefs, if you can get them away from it, you can help them break that. They need to know that you're there, that they have another community that's going to support them in the offline world. Get them out of their echo chamber. Like I had said previously, when Trump's account was canceled, mentions of voter fraud dropped, into the 70s of percentile, because that wasn't there to keep feeding it and stirring that pot,
Right.
If they know, well, every Tuesday evening I go for a walk, it means, that there's somebody there and they can log off and that there'll be somebody there with them who'll talk with them and be with them and support them and what have you. I guess I also want to talk a bit about algorithms that kind of decide what media you're recommended and exposed to. So like basically these algorithms are designed to just make you consume more and more content. And so like posts and videos that people stay on longer are going to receive more engagements, will basically get a more favorable placing on social media sites. So this is basically done without regard to the accuracy or factual content of the post. So basically, if you can get that person offline, it'll help reduce the control that algorithm has on the content that they consume online as well.
Ah, yes, Al Gore and his devious rhythms.
That's right.
Also, I can confirm the internet does make you stupid. I was on Reddit this morning for 3 hours arguing whether a car stopped at a stop sign or not. Like, sometimes you need to get off.
Yeah, there's probably more important things you could be doing. Just saying. Who wants another video?
I do.
Oh, yay. Okay, which one? Eating babies. I like that one. Let's do this.
Sweet.
The QAnon conspiracy theory that's driven Republican politics and whose followers participate in the attack on the Capitol is the subject of a new CNN special report that we've been working on. It's called Inside the QAnon Conspiracy. It airs tomorrow night. It traces the movement's beginnings through the present moment. It's also something of a personal project. The QAnon Fringe has previously focused on me and a bunch of other reporters, as well as many other public figures, as somehow being responsible for some of their more outlandish, should we say, and bizarre conspiracies.
I was also called a pedophile. Phony flight logs purported to be from convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's airplane appeared online with my name and dozens of other well-known people. It's all made up, of course, but QAnon supporters seem to believe it, or at least use it to try to harass me. Jitarth Jadeja was a believer until June 2019.
Did you at the time believe that high-level Democrats and celebrities were worshiping Satan, drinking the blood of children?
Anderson, I thought you did that, and I would like to apologize for that right now. So I apologize for thinking that you ate babies. But yeah, 100%.
You actually believe that I was drinking the blood of children?
Yes, I did.
Was it something about me that made you think that?
It's because Q specifically mentioned you, and he mentioned you very early on. He mentioned you by name, and from there, if he also talked about, like, for example, like your family. But yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, like, people still talk about that to this day. There were posts about that just 4 days ago. So some people thought you were a robot.
You really believed this?
I didn't just believe that. I, at one stage, believed that QAnon was part of military intelligence, which is what he says. But on top of that the people behind them were actually a group of fifth dimensional, intradimensional, extraterrestrial, bipedal bird aliens called blue avians. I was so far down in this conspiracy black hole that I was essentially picking and choosing whatever narrative that I wanted to believe in.
Wow.
There you go.
That's wild.
And it makes sense when nothing you cover is really based on hard facts. You can really just pick and choose what feels right, what seems right. Like, it becomes much more about gut and intuition than like actual facts. You can see how someone might descend farther and farther, you know?
Once you swallow the first little bit, everything else becomes easier and easier to swallow and accept, right?
Well, especially if you don't need facts to support you, you know?
Yeah, boiling that frog slowly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I guess on that note, of course, you know, if you're making the situation worse, if you find that they're digging in further and you're just not helping things, you know, it's a really good idea to just, you know, fuck off. And I mean that like nicely, you know, like if you find you're arguing with them, it's not helping to build that relationship, which will in turn not help them, you know, build a support network outside of the QAnon community. You know, it's also important to know that like how it takes a village to raise a child, it'll take a village to break QAnon. You know, you don't have to be alone at this, you know, and there are other people in your loved one's life who can help reinforce this message. You know, there's a QAnon casualties subreddit, which is full of families and former QAnon sharing their stories and experiences and tips. You know, people's families have spent like hundreds of dollars on canned food in preparation for the blackout that was supposed to follow the Great Awakening. Like there's a lot of, you know, different stories out there, and to read them it's just phenomenal at what people, to what extent people would go on that, you know, to do this or to prepare for, you know, the QAnon prophecy. So I guess, you know, in short, you know, be supportive of the people, you know, and try to help them come around to this on their own. A former president of my union had told me that to get more people to buy into things, you're going to get more if people think something was their idea. So, you know, this really seems to be the case. You know, you build that relationship and then you kind of help guide them, you know, into thinking, you know, and into breaking this whole QAnon belief system themselves, you know, and you try to help remove the harmful and negative influences. You know, you try to build that relationship and not argue or debate about them, since, you know, rational thoughts don't matter. And, you know, and it's very important as well to do this at this particular stage, because otherwise they could very well become cannon fodder in the white supremacist meat grinder. So, like, for example, many white supremacist groups are targeting disappointed QAnon believers for recruitment. You know, and you saw this in like the Capitol attack. Like, it was simultaneously goofy yet very terrifying. You know, because like 20% of those people, you know, I'm just pulling numbers out of my ass here, but like 20% of them were like militia, white supremacist, well-organized groups. They were prepared. You know, they brought, you know, the zip tie handcuffs. You know, they were, you know, masking. They were wearing masks, not for, you know, COVID reasons, but for like identity reasons. You know, and then there was like 80% of them who were just like rubes and cannon fodder for these militias and these white supremacist groups. You know, these QAnon followers were just there to, you know, just there to, you know, to distract or to add, you know, to their numbers. You know,
I was gonna ask about because like I know, like, for me, I have basically come to a point in my life where if someone is a Nazi or believes in this stupid shit, I'm just like, fuck off, fuck you. I don't have the emotional energy to deal with this. So it means a lot that you included that in how to help QAnon sufferers with just fuck off. Because I was going to bring that up because like I don't have the emotional, like, I mean, I've never had to deal with this personally, but like some people on my peripherals, like, I just don't have the time to try to help them, and I don't want to. So just fuck off is a lovely piece of advice. Thank you, Richard.
As you know, these white supremacists, they will happily eat their own. No sooner did the insurrection happen, they were spinning narratives about the attack being from Antifa, and this is like very powerful messaging for a lot of people who are QAnon adherents. The one woman who had died after being trampled while storming the Capitol was like posting photos of her, like there was pictures of her with a Gadsden flag, the "Don't Tread on Me" flag. And anyway, she had a friend who was with her, and the friend would later recount the event and the loss of her life to the media. And he would eventually end up blaming Antifa for her death in a CBS 46 interview. So like this guy was there with his friend, witnessed his friend get trampled when they stormed the Capitol. This very thing that he went to, actively participated in with his friend storming the Capitol, would then go on and blame Antifa for it.
It's wild.
Like, you are actively engaging in the course of history.
Mm-hmm.
And then now suddenly, oh no, it was Antifa. That's like, but
that disconnect is wild.
And you hear the arguments they use, and like again, they're very poor arguments, just like all other QAnon arguments. They don't rely on facts, but such arguments such as like it had to be Antifa because some people brought Molotov cocktails, and Molotov cocktails are a girly weapon, and only Antifa uses girly weapons. Like that's the strength of their arguments against this. Or like a lot of these insurrectionists looked really skinny. Like right wingers are hardy and strong and beefy. So those people invading the Capitol, some of them were skinny. So those were anarchist, like Antifa, like infiltrators and stuff. Like that's the strength of their arguments against this. Again, no facts, just feelings. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Arya Tuchman, who's the associate director of the Anti-Defamation League and their Center for Extremism, had told CTV News that this is definitely a moment where extremists who are on the move may try to gather up the people who are shaken and confused because their worldview has just suffered a serious blow.
Mm-hmm. Get them while they're vulnerable. Take them while they're down.
Exactly. This is an opportunity to gather them up and collect them and bring their social media is down. So now they go to Gab, which is like a much, which is well known for harboring, much more extremist thoughts, or Telegram, which, well, isn't in and of itself a white supremacist or far right platform. They have been using that platform to organize for quite some time, so they are well rooted in these platforms. I guess Brian Hughes, the associate director for Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab at the American University, notes that, quote, they feel as though they've been robbed of something and are looking for someone to blame.
It's definitely like a cult recruitment tactic, is go after the people that are vulnerable and then make them feel like they so super belong and are very important to your group, right?
Yeah, exactly. They don't really give two shits, and if it's like that scene, in Fight Club where his name is Robert Paulson, and they've got them and they just like discard him or whatever at the end of it. The same sort of deal where they don't care and they'll turn on you if it becomes if it is. And that's why it's important to talk to the QAnon follower in your life now, is because it's easier to stop them at this point and to talk to them before these white supremacists do, and recruit them and put them in further harm's way, and make them or have them like adhere to even more extremist and divisive beliefs. Researchers Pete Semi, Kathleen Blee, Matthew DeMichelle, and Stephen Winch have found that white supremacy is actually like a drug. as in the sense that it causes a similar reaction in your brain like a drug. It releases the dopamine, and that gives them a sense of satisfaction. So, like, for example, people trying to leave hate groups, do feel like an addict trying to break the habit. One person they studied says it took less than 2 years to learn hate, and then it took them 9 years to unlearn it. Basically, these beliefs get deeply embedded in your life, and you basically set your life up to, based on these beliefs, to follow these beliefs. And, everything you do is kind of guided by these beliefs. And so to decouple someone from that belief is quite a process. And like in this case, it took them 9 years to finally be rid of it. The research found that that the white supremacist identity becomes a dopamine activator in and of itself, and and so it's important that people who have QAnon followers in their lives that they understand that these white supremacist recruiters pose a serious threat to them, and they need to know about that. Some people, like I said, are ready to embrace a more extreme set of beliefs. And, this is why it's important to talk to them, build that relationship, talk to them before a white supremacist recruiter does. Let them know you are there to support them and that you care about them. And, and hopefully, you may not have been able to do anything about QAnon, but hopefully we can put the brakes on the white supremacy recruitment here.
Criminals, thugs, insurrectionists, rioters. But when some people see that video of the siege at the Capitol, you know what they see? They see their husbands. They see their fathers, sons, brothers, people they say in some cases they've lost to QAnon. And now some believe is the time to try to get them back.
Symbols of Q among the angry mob that invaded the U.S. Capitol, fired up by the misplaced belief that Trump won the election. The aftermath of that day offers a glimpse into the impact QAnon is having on some families. This LA-based filmmaker says he grew up in a conservative Christian family in a small town outside of Dallas, Texas.
We weren't really allowed to watch, secular media or anything like that. A lot of biblical teachings.
According to Jeremiah, his mother was especially devout.
I always felt a lot of love, but, that was because I was kind of going along with what she said.
Experts say QAnon followers have swelled in number since the onset of the pandemic. Jeremiah says his mother was one of them.
I feel like it was more this pandemic where she started saying stuff about the government's trying to silence us by wearing masks, and, China is behind this.
The baseless QAnon conspiracy theory began with the false belief that Donald Trump was secretly battling a cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles for control of government. But QAnon believers have since touted a wide range of false theories, some claiming D.C. and Hollywood elites are operating a global sex trafficking ring, others making claims about the assassination of JFK and even the existence of UFOs.
There's certain things where I'm just like, okay, this makes no sense. And I'll point that out. But for her, it's like, there's always there's an explanation, or she's just like, you're going to be proven wrong.
Jeremiah blames QAnon for being the final rift that destroyed his relationship with his mother.
Maybe before that, it felt like there was a chance of repairing something, but I feel like QAnon has basically been the final blow.
Jeremiah is far from alone. This Reddit support group called QAnon Casualties has over 100,000 members, people sharing their personal stories. It's official. My family is cutting connections with my grandmother. Another says, both my parents are part of Q, and I feel helpless.
It's a place to go to understand why this happened to your loved one, what they're going through, what they fell into, and that we have a community of people who can commiserate with you, can help you through this process.
Many QAnon followers falsely believed that there would be some sort of last-minute intervention to keep Donald Trump in office, all as part of a preordained plan. But experts say the transition of power provides prime opportunity to start to repair broken relationships.
People are recognizing that things didn't happen as they were predicted, and that there are different groups that are forming and going in different directions. Some groups are turning on Trump. Some groups are turning on each other. So this is a real test of patience, and it's also a real test of love, because what is going to work is reaching out with unconditional love and acceptance.
And we did reach out to Jeremiah's mom, did not hear back. Dr. Young says if you are going to talk to a family member, don't mock, don't shake your head. You need to listen. Mocking just further drives them into these groups. And guys, we have to remember this is the group that thought JFK Jr. was going to come back from the dead and be Donald Trump's running mate. They thought the military was going to stop the inauguration and keep Trump in power. And the FBI has said QAnon groups like this do pose a domestic threat.
I guess that's all I got.
You know, like you say this was like thrown together, but like this sounds like almost like super important, especially at this stage, because I still see a lot of people like on social media saying like my auntie, mom, son, daughter, whatever is deep in the queue and I don't know what to do.
For Occulte Veritatis, I am Richard Bigley.
It's Murray.
Ood Gallifrey.
And the soundboard demon.
It was a really good episode.
Yeah, I liked it.